the global challenges of learning pedagogic during COVID-19 outbreak in the Industrial Revolution 4.0. Today, October 17, 2020, we have four plenary session. And without further ado, we are now continuing our meeting today that is to hear our keynote speaker, Professor David Pickus, PhD, and will be hosted by our moderator, Zulian Fikri, MA. So for Mr. Zulian Fikri, MA, the time is yours.
Thank you, Ms. Ria, as our MC. Uh, Good morning, everyone, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. It's been a delightful morning. I am today. I am so excited because our conference, ICE-UNP, the third, about learning the global challenges of learning pedagogy during COVID-19 outbreak in Industrial Revolution 4.0. We will continue today with many interesting topic and of course a well-known expert in each field. Before we start, I'd like to greet director and the deans of three university, Dean of Faculty of Education, Universitas Negeri Padang, Dean of Faculty of Education, University Kebangsaan Malaysia, and Dean of Faculty of Education, Trnava University, Slovakia. And today, before Professor David Pickus give the topic and discussion, I will try to introduce him to the audience. And there's some point I can say to you. The first one, Professor David Pickus, PhD. It's research and training interest in philosophy education, history and culture of globalization, comparative cultural and value systems, Western intellectual and social history, and literature and society. His educations, the first, he has a BA in history from Lawrence University, Appleton, in 1987, and he graduated cum laude. And his MA in history, he got from University of Chicago in 1989. And his thesis is about Hegel and India, a study in absolute subjectivity. And his PhD in history from University of Chicago in 1995. And his postdoc now, he is in Center of Advanced Studies, University of Leipzig Research Grant Summer in 1996. He has so many articles in internet and posted in so many journal, and you can search his name in internet and you will find many of his work. And today, his teaching experience until now, he teach at Zhejiang University from 2017 to 2019 as associate professors. And in regard of the topic China and the World, Introduction to Globalization, undergraduate and graduate version, One Belt, One Road, assessing its nature and potential, his undergraduate and graduate version, the United Nations of Global Affairs, undergraduate and graduate versions, careers here for MA students in field of global engagement. And before that, he also teach in Renmin University in 2013 and 2017 until 2017. He's an associate professor there, and the in regard of the topic, the Western intellectual tradition, antiquity of enlightenment, Europe in 20th century, nature and human nature in West thought, and so many other topics. And without further ado, before Professor David Pickus give his topic of discussion today, I'd like to ask him because he is also a friend of mine. Hello, Professor Pickus, are you there? Can you hear my voice clearly?
I hear you fine. I hear you fine.
And I also hear you fine here.
Very good.
Okay, Professor David Pickus, for today's morning here, and and there must be the evening. Yeah.
Yes.
What is the topic of discussion or speech you want to deliver for us?
Uh, I'd like to help the teachers and the students prepare for the year 2021 in education. And I'm going to present some ideas in which I ask the people listening to write down a few things that they could use to begin to think about the next year in education. I have some ideas about what kind of difficulties are going to face us, and also some ideas about some things we could do together to make education more effective.
Wonderful. That was an interesting topic, and I believe there's many of the audience really like to hear you today. Professor David Picos, one more thing about the slides of the PowerPoints. Do you want to share it by yourself, or we will help you?
Uh, you could help. I'm wondering if we could do this. I want to do it the opposite of the way it normally is. They often put the person speaking very little and the slides very big.
Yes.
But is there any way to keep the slides little? Because I want to talk directly to the people, and I only want the slides to be used to help people remember what we're talking about.
All right.
Is it possible?
That's amazing. Of course, that's possible, Professor Picos. Okay. So that's what we are waiting for. The maybe I can change the term of the speech to dialogue or discussion from Professor David Picos, PhD. For Professor, the screen is yours. Please continue.
Oh, thank you so much. I am happy to be here. Assalamu alaikum. I prepare for this. Here you can see this is Kopi Toraja. Kopi Toraja is very important, but do not worry, my friends. This is Kopi Minang.
Wow, that's one of my favorite, David.
Um, without Kopi, I do not think you should listen to this presentation because it's in the morning time. So you could drink some coffee or a little bit of tea or something else that you like. Take advantage of the fact that everybody must mostly stay at home. And remember, what I was in Padang now 6 months ago. I was in Padang, and I told you that I would come back to Padang. I said that when I come back to Padang, I will have hair. That's a joke. I didn't say that. But I did say that I will come back to Padang, and it's definitely true. I will return to Padang, Indonesia, and also the ASEAN area because it is in the about 500 million people in ASEAN where education is reaching a critical point. The job of improving education in Indonesia, the ASEAN lands, and throughout the world is not just one job that we finish and then go home. It's the most important job that we have to work on together. So I am sorry. I wish I could come talk to you face to face, drink some coffee, and then talk about education. But everybody has the problems. Everybody has the same problems. We have to cope with the pandemic, and we have to think about what we can do for education next year. Often, I will put up a PPT. So in China, I would put up a PPT, and then I would see the students. And the students say to me, they didn't say it with their mouth, they say it with their face and their eyes. They would say, no, don't you talk. I will just read the PPT and write down what you say there. And I said to them with my mouth, I said, no. I said, don't just read the PPT. Listen, think together. I know you are teachers or people studying to be teachers. or people who are administrators and studying to be education. And all of you know that time is precious, that when we lose time, don't have the chance again to teach people, to have people learn. So I am going to try something else with this. I give you a small PPT, but it's not for me to write something for you. The PPT will be places where I will stop and ask you to write yourself. And you are welcome to send in a message later, or I think there are more people here who are listening to the webinar who are not listening live or not listening when they're a participant. I will leave my email address for you or connection address so you can also write some things in. But the important thing is, um, I'm going to share some ideas and I'm going to stop a little bit from time to time and give you a chance to write down some of your own ideas for yourself. Because next year, when things will change, and I'm going to talk a little bit about how things will change, we must come back to the question of education in India, in India, ASEAN, Indonesia, the world. And we have to find something to do about the trouble of the pandemic and the hurt, the damage that COVID has caused. So one last time, Kopi Toraja, Kopi Minan, tea, anything else, stop, take a drink, any way you want, relax a little bit for a second, even though it's morning, you rush to begin to study this or to begin to listen to this. And let's think about the problems that we have and what we can do about it. And let's think together. Ayo, let's go. So I want to begin with what I think is good news. I believe that next year that we can begin to talk about post-COVID, after the pandemic era. How do I know that? I don't know. Nobody knows. So don't listen to somebody who say they know the future. But I will tell you what I think. There has been genuine progress in the science of creating vaccine for a virus. There has been genuine progress in the capacity for people to make better medical treatment.
Professor Pickes, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, hard to hear.
I'm sorry to interrupt because you have a bit problem in your connections. So we hear you so slowly here when you talk. I'm really sorry. I tell you maybe yes.
So sorry. How about now?
Some
Is
kind
it
of
better?
connection issues in your.
Excuse
Okay.
me, David. It's okay. It's clear. Your voice
Okay.
is clear. I think fix the connections. For me
Okay.
here, it's okay. In my office, it's okay. No problem.
Oh,
Please
I'm sorry.
continue.
Okay.
Well, good you stopped me because maybe I
Okay, I'm
was
sorry to
talking too
interrupt. Please
long.
continue, Professor Pickes.
No problem.
No.
There's a good
No,
chance.
that's just fine. We are all listening to you.
Okay, there's a
We are all
good
listening to
chance
you. I'm sorry.
there will be a vaccine for the virus because of one reason that often we forget, which is this. Vaccines actually are old in human history, over 200 years old. starting with vaccines for smallpox. And the principle of creating a vaccine is not something that's new. You will see the connection to education in a second. I'm not saying that it's easy to create a vaccine for COVID, but this idea is something we are familiar with. The idea is this: our body can be educated. In some way, that's what a vaccine is. It's a teacher. It teaches our body to recognize something dangerous, something that causes disease, so it responds to that danger first. I am quite aware that nobody is certain if whether we will or will not have a fully effective COVID vaccine. But we've made that as human beings have made tremendous progress in thinking about what we could do to teach our own body to respond to disease. It's it's a story that we must look at from another side too. Consider what people were like before there was any modern medicine and any vaccines. The pandemics we've had in the past were considerably worse than COVID. I know COVID seems bad in it because it is, but if you compare it with bubonic plague, smallpox, cholera, and malaria, you can name different ones more. Um, the damage that has been done to human beings was significantly worse. Um, in situations like that, people did not really recover from a pandemic. What happened was it was like a storm. The pandemic would come and it would stay as long as a storm would stay, the rain. And then the people would have to build again. What happened was a very, very important change in the way we think. In the old days, there wasn't too much difference in people's mind from understanding of epidemic and understanding something like a storm or maybe insects that would come from the outside. There was a normal life, and then suddenly something would come, or slowly something would come. And you would have to be strong and wait until the damage was over and you went on to something new. Um, Often there is tremendous loss. 20, 30, 40, 60% of people would be gone, and people would have to begin again. Like if the sawa is destroyed and you just can only plant again one at a time. That's what it was like. One of the reasons people had to live this way is we had not yet developed our education system enough. And we be thought in a way that makes sense. I don't criticize people for this. This is how everybody thinks. It's how I think everyone thinks at the beginning. You think there are two things: sick, healthy. And you think maybe a disease is outside of a person and then it gets inside of a person or doesn't get inside. That's not wrong. But what a vaccine teaches us is that in some way we are sick and healthy at the same time. Our body is always fighting disease. Sometimes it cannot do so because something new comes and it is overwhelmed. But the battle between sickness and health is not something that's just outside of us. It goes on inside of us all the time. And the more we understood that being sick and healthy are connected together, like that, the easier it became for people to learn more about the different diseases and understand the character of each one, and then go step by step toward not only like identifying the disease, thinking about what the medicine is, but identifying what happens inside of us, the strengths and weaknesses that our body has to prepare. Probably there will be a vaccine and other medical treatments for COVID. There's good reason to hope. There's no such thing as certainty. So I don't promise anything. Of course, it's not me who's deciding or something like that. But I'm saying that teachers can begin to think we will be in a situation where there's more control. But now you could see what I'm leading up to. The end of COVID is not like a storm being over where the ocean used to be dangerous and now it is flat and friendly, or it used to be rain and now there is sun. What's most likely is there will be something unclear. We will have some medicines that will help people. We will have better ways of responding, better ways to protect ourselves. But we won't know exactly what to do. Since our own bodies have to be the ones to respond to this danger, etc., there won't be any obvious sign that everything is safe again. It could easily be the case, I don't know this, but it could easily be the case that, like when you hurt yourself, something like this, it just stays for a long time and you live with it. But slowly it changes and you begin to get used to it. And then maybe one day it will be gone. It could be the case that we live with a half-half situation. Think of like a village early in the morning. You half see things and you half do not see things. This is where the job of the teacher comes in. And this is the most important thing I want to say now. Because it's important, I'm going to say it 2 times to go there. We are better at making vaccines than we are at finding methods that make sure that people learn. We have a better idea of how our body will respond than we do how other people will think and grow and develop and feel. I'm not saying it's easy to be a doctor of medicine, of course not. What I'm saying is you can see that medicine makes progress. Understand how our own body works so they make better medicine. I'm not sure we understand how learning works. I'm not sure that we are making progress with teaching and education. So I repeat the point, we've done a little bit better job of fixing our bodies than fixing our minds. I want to begin to present some ideas to you about how it is that we might cope with a situation next year, which I would describe as stanga, like half-half. It will probably be better, I don't know, but we can't be certain about things. We will probably find better ways to keep people in schools and to keep children and keep university students active more and more. And if we are lucky, inshallah, if we are lucky, then there won't be any new disaster, any new setback, because of course a new problem could come tomorrow. But even in the best situation, all of you, everybody listening, is going to have to cope with a new reality, a teaching reality. And we're going to have to like make some plan, idea of how to do it. Are you happy now that you drink some coffee for things like this? We have a serious problem. Relax a little bit for a second and let's think together. And before I give some suggestions, I want to say I see some people who have sent a message already. I'm not ignoring you, but is it okay for the people who sent the message? Could you wait a little bit? I'm going to give a few more ideas so everyone gets the main idea, and then we can all talk together about it, because I'm going to be asking the people, every participant and anyone else, to think about their own thoughts and record some ideas. I see your message. I'm happy you send it to me. But let's take a few more steps forward. Are you ready? The first thing is, and this, if you want later, you can look at the PPT, is this. Let's go from medicine to psychology and think about something that the colleagues in psychology teach us. Again and again, the psychologists, especially psychologists who are interested in education, like to say that what we see and what we expect are not two different things. They are a mixture of one thing. What we see and what we expect are together, the same way that people put sugar in their coffee, and then it is one thing. You can do this experiment yourself in an interaction with the students for this. If we expect a student to be angry, most likely we will see the student being angry. If we expect the student to make us angry, most likely we will see the student do something to make us angry. What we expect from the world is connected to what we see. I know there's sometimes when it's not true, where we are surprised, and sometimes where we just look. We don't have a strong expectation. More often than we think. When we look at things and we see things, the things we see are connected to what we thought we are going to see, what we are expecting to see. And the reason I say I'll say this to you is this. If we think about education next year, we have to be very careful, because we are asking ourselves about our expectations. And our expectations will shape, they will color the way we see the education next year. As certainly as if I made this a different color, if I made it red or I made it dark, I would see red or I would see dark. Only we would not know it. It's easy to see when you do or do not wear your glasses. It's hard to see your expectation. So let's take one more step, and then we could begin to think together and talk together and ask ourselves this. Now, what do we expect for a situation, and some just for argument, um, I don't know this is true, but there are three options we could think of. One is the sad option, a bad one, but it might happen if we are unlucky, which is the disease gets worse. And I am wrong. There is no medicine, there's no vaccine, and we have to stay inside even more. We could have bad luck. There's another option, which is the opposite of it. It's very good, which is very quickly we have good luck. And our troubles go away the way bad weather could go away. And suddenly it is sun again, and everybody just forgets. Eat food or relax, and everything goes back to normal. And then there's what I said, that's the middle. That there's progress in medicine, but the new world for 2021 is still difficult in ways that we haven't experienced before. Of course, I would like it if it was the second one and that just all the trouble goes away, and then you don't even need to take a webinar. You can just relax. But I don't think that's most likely. I also don't think the worst thing is most likely too. We can never be certain, but we have some good reason to be optimistic. But the situation in the middle, not completely good, not completely bad, is, I believe, most likely. So what do we expect from this? What will make it, and remember what I said about the medicine, what do we understand about ourselves? Like our own mind and our own way of learning that we could use to help other people in education. Um, and let's stop and think about two more things that I would like you to consider. The first one is what's going on right now. It's attention. You are doing something right now that you've had to do a lot of. You have to pay attention to somebody who is not close to you, who you just see on your phone, on your laptop, and in some way is just a picture. I know I am real, but still you only see a picture of me. If I put my hand here, you cannot see me anymore. The most important thing is the attention, what we're paying attention to. Julian, over there, so it's like, how do you say, I don't know, Bahasa Indonesia, how do you say attention? Paying attention.
Attention, memberi perhatian.
Perhatian. Oh,
Yeah.
I know it, because that's a, is a perhatian,
Yeah.
like that. Perhatian is not just for them to say on the airplane or the bus or something like that. It's something that we have to do in our schools and our teaching. We must find a way to make sure that in the new reality, attention is something that I'm stopping in my words. You hear me stopping in my words. I hope you maybe pay attention. That's because I wanted to tell you something, but I was ashamed a little bit because I don't want to be unpolite in saying it, but I want to say it more directly. It's a kind of war or fight. There is a battle for attention. Some people will want you to pay attention to this. other people want you to pay attention to that. We cannot end this. Consider this in the history of education. In some way, there has always been a fight or war for attention from the beginning of education. You can think of the whole history of education as a different way to get people to pay attention. Remember, like at the beginning, long time ago, when what a school was is you would repeat what somebody else said. Like many, many words, you can repeat what they say. You repeat the words so you pay attention to one thing and not pay attention to something else. Later, people, Europe, they did this. You could do it more. You maybe found like one book, and then you would learn just from one book. That's how people learned medicine in Europe for hundreds of years. They only really read one book. And everybody had to pay attention to this. That comes up. And the teacher had the book. Or the teacher had memorized it before, learned it or read it before. And so you would have to pay attention to the teacher. It was a way of keeping people's attention. You found many more things. In China, they developed a system of making people take tests. And if you do well on a test, you get many rewards, but only a few people could do well on the test. So people have to pay attention. It's a fight. I want to say something now. Are you ready? Because now I'm going to give you my idea. Remember, Mr. Fikri, at the very beginning, he asked me, what are you going to talk about? And I said, I want to talk about next year and what we can do as teachers in Indonesia and ASEAN lands and all the other places where people are listening, because it's going to be very important how we begin to teach again when we could talk about post-COVID. And I said I have some ideas. But right now I've only told you about why it is that we need to pay attention. I haven't really exactly told you an idea. Now I'm ready to give you my own idea of what I think will happen with education. And the reason I want to tell you this is not because I want to be completely right. It's because I want to share my idea and then see what you think so we can prepare and plan together. The goal is if one person says, pay attention to this, think about this, then another person could begin to think about it, and then together, they can pay attention like this. So are you ready? And I want to do it maybe this way. I want to share my idea, then maybe ask you to write something for yourself if you have some time. Just write down an idea. We'll give a chance. Maybe I'll let Mr. Julian Fikri to say a few words in Bahasa Indonesia just to catch everybody up.
Okay.
And then we can talk. But wait 1 second. Let me present the idea, okay?
Okay.
So what we can have here is this. I said that there is always a fight to get people to pay attention. Children are like this, university students are like this, adults are like this. They are different in what they pay attention to, but they all sometimes pay attention and sometimes don't pay attention. Everybody's attention is like the wave in the ocean. It is sometimes high, sometimes low, sometimes high, sometimes low. Here is what I think. I think next year it will be even harder to get people to pay attention. The reason I think that is because if you stop doing something, then it takes a long time to start again. We have stopped normal education for a long time. Even if somebody goes back to school, it's not really normal education. So they've stopped for a long time. If you stop for something for a long time, then you do not usually quickly go back to doing it. It will become even harder because many students or children or people at once will begin um, teaching, uh, trying to study or learn. And the struggle for education will become more difficult. And I'll say one word and then we'll start to talk about it. But what I say is here is do not try to win. Not losing is the new winning. That is, next year's education won't be about making people always pay attention. It will be about making sure that we don't lose people. That is, they don't completely stop paying attention. It will become more difficult to have people pay attention. You cannot win completely, but just because you cannot win doesn't mean that you must lose. We can find a way to work together on this. Mr. Fikri, I turn it over for you for a few minutes just to help everybody catch up because there's many teachers. Could you say a few words in Bahasa Indonesia?
Okay.
Yeah.
I will try to greet everybody
Mhm,
dengan bahasa Indonesia, with bahasa Indonesia.
mhm.
If you allow me, thank you very much. Baiklah Bapak Ibu sekalian, ya para peserta, saudara-saudari yang budiman. Profesor Vikas mengajak kita semua untuk berdiskusi sambil ngopi ya. To have discussion while we have some coffee, Profesor Vikas. Mungkin ada dari Bapak Ibu yang ingin sedikit bercerita atau menanyakan sesuatu seperti itu. Profesor Vikas, apakah do you like the audience to give questions to you now, so we can continue with discussions?
They can begin to bring in some discussion, but I would like to just make sure everybody follow the 2 points that we have, that we will see some progress, but things will be difficult. And the big issue is what people pay attention to.
Ya, jadi Profesor Vikas ingin kita semua untuk kembali fokus bahwa sekarang yang disampaikan adalah ada progres yang besar, ada langkah-langkah yang besar yang perlu untuk ditempuh nantinya untuk pasca COVID ini, dan juga yang paling penting masalahnya adalah apa yang menjadi perhatian kita semua itu yang harus diubah. Yes, Professor David, Professor Vikas, I have told your message in Indonesia. You may continue, maybe, if you like.
I will continue, and maybe if people want to begin, then send in some ideas or thoughts or questions. We will begin to talk about it, because I want to present 2 more ideas and then start to reach a conclusion, and then we could begin to discuss together. Okay?
Okay.
Yeah. We will speak, like we said, we will go about 90 minutes. So we have spoken halfway, and let me explain a few more things about what I mean by not losing is the new winning. If it becomes more difficult to get students to do some homework, to do an assignment, to think about what you are saying, I am not saying that you must quit or stop. Of course, I don't say that. But there is a difference between saying that you should not quit and saying that you must make students always pay attention all the time. Maybe with some students you can do this. You can do it. Maybe some very special schools you can do this. But we will have difficult circumstance and difficult situation. And we have to get ready for some difficulty. We have to get ready for some trouble. So if we need to help the students, instead of saying they must always pay attention for this, the question is, what can we do? Think about like if you are in a boat and the water is like this, you have to ask yourself, what can I do to go up and down in the water? A question is then is what can we do to go up and down with the students? And here I speak about the COVID and the Corona in this particular way. The first one is this. Students will be used to using machines that they can turn on and off themselves. So I think once they start to have power to push a button and make the teacher so they can't hear the teacher or not see the teacher, etc., you can take away some of that power from the students, but you can't quickly change the way they think. They are already used to thinking this way. So if you start to try to force them to look at something, maybe you will have some success, but it could be the case that they just pretend to agree with you and don't really pay attention. In this kind of circumstance, you have to, teachers, administrators, everybody have to make some plan. And the plan will be something like, what are students paying attention to? And what can I do to help them and sometimes even force them, make them pay attention to what is most important? A good way to start with this, I would say, is start to write down for yourself when you are studying. Start to write down yourself when you are thinking. What do I pay attention to myself when I am teaching? What don't I pay attention to? And how can I identify situations where I myself notice when the students are paying attention and I notice when students are not paying attention? My idea is if you begin to write down, what am I paying attention to? What am I not paying attention to? You will be able to think more like the students and see what are they paying attention to? What are they not paying attention to? And then you can begin to make some individual plan. Julian, again, I'm going to go now step by step when we do this. I want you to, every few minutes now, add a few things so that just in Bahasa, just to make sure we have this. Could you add something that like writing down what we pay attention to?
Yes, Professor Pikas, you're asking for the participant to write that down.
Yeah, I'm suggesting this as a plan. For the biggest problem will be what to do about the fact that you cannot stop the students anymore. Students are now used to not paying attention to things. And my suggestion is don't fight it. Fight in the sense of like trying to win. The suggestion is like the water, you must find a way. And the best way to do it is to pay attention to yourself. and to write down the things that you are paying attention to or not paying attention to.
Yes, Professor Pickers, about the something the last thing you said, I have
Yeah.
an interesting question here.
Okay.
May I ask you?
Yes.
Okay, about the idea of going with the flow that you said. If you go up and go down, we will adapt to the situations. For me, it's like make. It's like I take that like to go with the flow and make opportunity and adapt with any obstacles during this COVID-19. And the interesting question is, and also the interest or the attention about something that I need to give attention, like you said. Do you agree if next year's the school have to be reopened to the students because so many parents have difficulties about due to the school from home along these years? What is your opinion about that, Professor Pickers?
I, I am hoping that medicine will be better in such a way that we do not have to be frightened of something very, very bad happening. One of the big dangers of COVID is not so much any one person is sick, although that's serious. One of the big dangers is that so many people become sick at once that hospitals can no longer work. And if hospitals cannot work, then the whole society is going to not work. So the I'm thinking then next year we we will have a different set of problems. It's reasonable to think that also Indonesia. Don't think that Indonesia is completely separate from the globalized world. These
Of
things
course.
move quickly. Um, for this, that some of the biggest fear might end. And now is your question, Julian, that come here. What to do about a situation where it's just not certain? Like the parents um, need to send this children to school, but it's not completely clear if it's okay to go to the school. And it would maybe be better if the parents help at home, but it's not clear that if they stay at home that they will still learning.
Yes, that's the problem. That's exactly the
Yeah,
problem.
yeah.
Yeah.
Uh, it, it's a built-in problem for so many things in human life. We will not hear some kind of like message. Nobody will send us WhatsApp message that says, yesterday was not safe, today is safe, so everything is okay. We need to make some kind of plan that I think now here is the heart of your question. We have to find some way. When I say go with the flow, it's not at all doing nothing. It's this. What can be done to help the parents? Because it's a real problem that what you just said. Like parents really cannot keep the children's attention on the learning. So what could be done? I don't think that we have to answer this question as just saying 100 or zero. It, you're saying I don't, you're noticing I don't give an exact answer, but that's because I don't want to say something for Indonesia because Indonesia is so different. The school in Jakarta will really be different from a school that's in a village. And both of those schools might have different kind of situation from another school just a few kilometers away. But I will give you a specific answer and we can begin to talk about, but it's not something I am certain of. It's something that I would like us to think about. Um, I think that rather than just simply telling the parents, now you send them to school, now you don't send them to school. We learn to think of this as something like they would do maybe in Antara as a military for this. You don't just simply say, either we do something or we don't do it. You practice and you drill for this. It's possible then to practice with the parents. Now we are going to try going to school like this, and here are the results. Here is where it works, here it doesn't work. Now we're sending them back because we have to like try another thing. And now you must pay attention. This is, you have to ask the parents to pay attention. Where is the child learning? Where is the and not learning? Remember what I said before. Don't try to win. Like, don't say you must pay attention every day and do all the things that the teacher wants. It's too difficult in time of COVID and after COVID. But not losing is the new winning. You can still make partnership with parents. I don't know how, because different, you know, I don't, you are from Bukit Tinggi. I don't know exactly, if Jamgadong is here on my bati. I don't know exactly the different kinds of schools. I've been in one or two, but I haven't seen every different kind or something like that. So you don't need an outside person, foreign person to talk about this. But I do think it would help to remember that everybody in the entire world is facing the problem of what to pay attention to. And I think you could make some kind of partnership. Maybe you could even begin to tell parents, um, this week I want you to pay attention 25%. If you pay attention 25% with the students, then next week the students can go back to school with 75%. You will not win completely, but you will not lose. That's the new win.
Okay, uh, that's that's a very clear explanation from you. But for some of, if I may to comment of your answer, because
Mhm.
of this, because many people concerned in Indonesia many people concerned about the PJJ, pembelajaran jarak jauh, or a distance learning by e-learning or by Zoom meetings, like that. Here also I have like 3 or 4 questions about that. I
Okay.
think about perhatian that you said, about the attention of the people of Indonesia right now. I think many people worried about the next generations and how they can learn, they can be well educated, while the methods of learning have to be using the PJJ or the distance learning like now. Then maybe, if I may guess, felt not effectively absorbed by the students. Here's for example, here I will give you one question from Mr. Eddie Trisno here.
Yeah.
Mr. Eddie Trisno said, I would like to know from you, Mr. David, do you predict e-learning will always be used in the following years? My questions is about the achievement of effective and psychomotoric objective and learning process. Uh, I believe Mr. Eddie Tresno note about how to teach a lesson involving movement, while we only use distance learning right now. I believe Mr. Eddie Tresno worry about that, and worry about the students cannot don't really have a clear idea or exact idea about the lessons, but they just get the instruction or some videos from Zoom or from e-learning, and then they try to do that by themselves at home. And many teachers, I suggest again, I guess again, many teachers worry about the result of the lesson or the study by that way.
Right. Well, thank you, Eddie. And I see the important concern behind what you're saying. I do think, I, I wish I knew, but of course I don't. I think that because people naturally like each other to be with each other. Remember, um, no children, no child wants to be alone. Everybody, every child wants to be with other people, and every adult was once a child. Even people are old like me, we were once children. So nobody wants to be alone for this. We will go back to be with other people when we have a chance for this. So even though we will have e-learning forever, probably for our generation, people will come back together. But I can see this. This is another difficult question, which is about whether will we be in the kind of same situation where we must use e-learning and we know it is not completely successful. I have one more idea for you, and I see there's some other questions for this, so I let the people ask her. So I see a question in English from an Ari. I will get to a second, and there's a few others in Bahasa, which we could talk to. But my first idea of like pay attention to paying attention has to be connected with my second idea. I want to share the second idea with you now, which is this. We need to do a better job with cumulative learning. I do not know how to say cumulative in Bahasa Indonesia. It means it's not a word that's common in English, so you might not recognize it exactly the way I'm using. It means the total of different things when you add them up. It doesn't just mean like everything you do in your class. It means what the student learned last year and this year and next year together. Julian, how do you say cumulative like that?
Years. mm, I love it. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit confused too. To find the term of that.
It's the thing that the
Systematic, maybe.
yeah,
Not systematic.
but it means that we can't just think about the class, yang total, like the or what we're talking about. We have to think about all the things that the students actually learn and stay in their mind for this. So the total, all of it. Um, and I I noticed that even before the pandemic, other things, this has been a serious problem in education. In universities, good universities, like famous ones, it cost a lot of money. Like I would see students and I asked them, like, what did you learn last year? And they don't remember. It's the same thing if I ask this question, what did you learn last year? You would think I asked them 5 years ago, what did you eat? Did you eat nasi goreng or did you eat something else? They don't know. And they're often angry. They're like, why do you ask me a crazy question like that? I can't think about that. Uh, so it's always a problem. Cumulative means everything adding up. But some people have said this, and I see this, I will turn to a second. It's even worse today. Today is going to be even worse because it's easier to lose things and harder to keep them. I see some question about like people dropping out or like the poor children not coming or the parents worrying or something. And so it's in every, we put it this way, every week you don't go to school, you are a little bit farther behind and farther behind, and you go back and back. Maybe if it happens a few times, it's not so bad, but altogether, it's a problem. Here's my second idea, and I invite other people to talk about it, and we can discuss it. It's this. Um, we should begin to add up what students have learned. That is, don't just take a test on the subject or the course. We have to talk to students and figure out what they actually know. Not pay attention to, like, is it a good teacher or a bad teacher? Can they go to a famous university or not famous?
I'm sorry, mohon
We,
suara yang lain.
we have to find a way to get some idea of what students know total. I think this will help with some of the other problems. But before we talk about the next question, could you maybe catch everybody up with this? That we are losing a sense of how the students are learning total. So we have to go back and look for it to gain it.
Yeah, I'm maybe allow me to express in Indonesia.
Yeah, please.
Jadi bagaimana kalau sekarang ini kita sudah kehilangan langkah untuk menangkap keseluruhan daripada proses pembelajaran itu ke depan, maka kita coba mundur lagi, kata David. Kita coba mundur lagi dengan cara yang mungkin sudah pernah kita berhasil. Maybe you suggesting how to it's better for educator to see what was what kind of way already succeeded in the past to be used now. Maybe like that, Professor Pikas? No? I'm sorry.
I mean, we need to know the total amount that students have learned and are not learning.
Jadi kita harus tahu berapa seluruhnya, keseluruhan daripada apa yang dipelajari siswa dan apa yang tidak dipelajari siswa. Okay.
And here, let me address. I see a question by I think it's Miss Arisul Mahdi. I'm sorry if I get this wrong.
Professor Arisul Mahdi.
Yeah. The question is about like families who don't have internet and are dropping out. It's a serious problem. And that special education. It's not enough to just look at the teacher and say, well, did the teacher succeed as good teacher or bad teacher or something like that. In a situation like this, there are too many things happening. Nobody could fully be in charge. It has to do with internet. It has to do with parents. It has to do with the sickness and disease. It has to do with the school, and that's just the beginning. But that doesn't mean we should do nothing. What we should try to figure out is different students, what do they know total? Not like the test for the class or the go to the university, but where are they? What did they learn last year? What did they never learn, etc. I know this is difficult, so I'm not blaming anybody or saying you must tomorrow do it. But all of us, we have to think about it, because it should be the case that imagine this to something, you are teacher or administrator. Imagine you are talking to somebody 1 year in the future, and the person in the future says, what did you teach my student? You know, what did, it's a new teacher that says, what did you do to help the student? We should be able to say something like, here was the level of the student in the year 2021. Here is the level of the student in the year 2022. I know it won't be easy to find everybody agree on what we mean by level. And I know one test won't do that, but I do think we could think about it. And for the people talking about, I'm not ignoring the serious problems that Arisul is talking about. What we need to do as a first step for some of these problems is say, here is the level of the students who drop out of school. They know this much. Now the society could see this is the situation they're in. If we want to bring them to this level, then we must make a plan to do it. And if we want to bring them to a higher level, we must make a plan. The first step is knowing what level we are at.
Oke. Berarti langkah pertamanya adalah mengetahui dulu levelnya di mana, kemudian kita merencanakan untuk level berikutnya. We got to make plan to the next level, but we have to firstly we have to like identify for now what they already had, and also what they already what they need, and like something that they don't have right now. They don't have it right now. Okay, Professor David, we have one question from Edi Hasanuddin in Indonesia. You can see it in the webinar chat room. It's also related to the topic of pembelajaran jarak jauh or distance learning again, and maybe I need to translate it for you.
Yeah. Question.
From Edi Hasanuddin, maybe you can scroll up.
Yeah, I see it. I see it.
Yes. He said the distance learning for now is not optimal. It's because the access to the media they can use that could be used by the students have many insufficiency on accessing learning activity. So Eddie think the government or the many others department who involved in this education in this country, as maybe I can refer it for Indonesia, can try to resolve the problems to give the better hope for all. Maybe he referred to the educator and the students. And however, and it's not about the how great a teacher is to plan and to prepare the learning activity. Uh, if the student still have this difficulty, Eddie said it would not work at all, if I can say that. And he asked you, Professor David, what is the solution to make this problem easier for us?
I think there are two things. It's one better and one worse. I don't know, Eddie, completely a solution. I hope, as your friend, I could hope to like make some idea that we could talk together. I think next year will be a little bit better. There will be more opportunities to have stronger access to the students. But next year is also going to be harder because we have to basically help the students from last year go to next year. The solution, I think, is to start to prepare this year for next year to be more difficult. There's no, I don't like to say this, but there's no better way to say it. Next year will be more difficult, but that's good because that means that we have some chance to work together like that.
Okay, thank you, Professor. Okay, Professor.
Yeah.
Maybe
yeah, please go ahead.
I believe you have one more idea to tell us.
I do have one more idea. I thought I would wait a little bit.
I
We can,
also have questions, David.
yeah,
Oh, Miss
I
Dewi.
that's what I want to say. I want to hear some from you, please. Let's let teacher Sari Devi talk. And I promise you, I will try to, like, you don't have to worry about me talking. I will always find opportunity to talk. So you talk now.
Oke,
Oh, thank you
Miss
so
Dewi,
much.
silakan. Ya.
Thank you so much, Fikri and David. Hi, nice to meet you. You look handsome today.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, he is.
Using
Yes, he is.
using batik from Minang. Oh, absolutely great. Okay, David. Face-to-face meeting is really needed by children,
Mhm.
especially for me. I'm a teacher of early childhood education, and due to coronavirus, so I cannot meet young children in front of my eyes, touch them, or
Right.
even uh, interact with them. And now all changes, all changing from face-to-face meeting to distance learning. Uh, Maybe you have another idea. Uh, how is the way to prepare good stimulus for the young children? So even I do not touch them, but they feel that I'm interact with them. Thank you, David.
One thing, this is my third idea too, so sorry, David gives me a chance to talk about it. And we can finish for today 15 more minutes talking together with each other, because your question about young people is actually not only about you very young people. Even though you know, when the children are older, they're at the university, you don't touch the same way or something, still everybody must be welcomed. Like everybody has to feel that they are close. It's never the case where people are too old for that. The teacher and the school must bring everybody to some kind of community. Um, we cannot think that these are two things, like education and being with people. No, education and being with people are the same thing. But you ask about very small children, and we see the problem. Um, as I said before, I do think it will be a little bit better because there is some progress in science and there will be more opportunities to safely meet. But the fact that it's a little bit better doesn't mean that the problem will be over. Um, what it means is we must go to the next step and the next stage to try to figure out what to do. I I have two ideas directly, sorry, Devi, that I would um, suggest, but of course I don't know exactly how you apply them. The first thing is this. Um, I don't think we should think of a situation where we say either the students are in a big group or they're only distance learning. Especially in Indonesia, um, children will be somehow with other people for this. So the strategy there is to start to look and see, is there some way to put children into some kind of group that's more safe? And the second thing is in terms of education is to say, what will happen if you can't do this? Like, if it's not possible to make children feel comfortable the way we used to, um, what do we need to do? Remember, this is not true. We cannot forget this. There have always been children who have medical sickness who could not be with other children, but we still found ways to educate them. There have always been children who've had to drop out, etc., like the teacher was talking about, But it's not true that everyone who drops out never has any education ever completely lost. They come back. It's possible. It's difficult, but it's possible. We have to then start first. Maybe we should talk more to doctors, medical doctors, and say, like, where do you recommend safety? What do you do about the people who are alone? The second thing is to do is, this is going to be my last point anyway. So, Julian, I want to translate um, this next point to help translate, because then we'll have time for a few more questions. But remember, now teacher, administrators, students, we all have something we could talk about together. Everybody could talk about their corona experience. Everybody can talk about the difficulty they face from this. This is not a situation where it's only PhD or only like somebody from one place and not another place. Aceh, Sumatra, same thing for this. It is all of us together. I I cannot be with you for in Padang the way I want to be. So I am the same thing as a small child. Many years, but it's the same thing. I also want to do this, but we can all talk about that. We can all find ways to like express what we are thinking and feeling about this. And remember then the three things. So I finished here is like won't be possible to make everybody pay attention all the time, but that doesn't mean stopping completely. We can pay attention to what people are learning total, like try to figure out what they learn total. And we can all talk about what we experience in Corona. In English, I wrote our experience of vulnerability with the high English, the experience of the suffering that we have. I think if we do those three things together, we can make a better educational plan. I give to Julian just for a second. I know I said too many things, but you sum up a few things, what I say, and we'll give a chance for a last question.
Professor, I have to inform you, but I feel sad about to know that we only have 7 minutes left for the session. In fact, I really have many things to discuss with you, like the last time we have after dinner discussions like that. This is very nice experience, and I hope you can this Corona can move away and we can meet again in Padang, or maybe some of us will go to like America like that. So, Professor, because the limit of the time, I think it's better to ask you to give the last maybe or the closing statement about all of the discussions today with you. About many things.
Yes. Well, does anybody? I don't want to stop anyone. Does anyone want to ask something right now that they think that I didn't talk about or something?
From the chat room, I can say there's no more questions from the participants.
I talk to each other, no problem.
I'm sorry because yes, sir. Please, Professor.
I will talk in 5 more minutes. We have 5 more minutes that we.
Okay, don't worry. Yes, you can do that. You can do that. Absolutely.
Let's not forget this too. It has been worse. People have suffered worse things before, and also when the people suffered, they just simply had to. Before, you had to wait for a new generation. There was no solution. Instead, you had to wait. Now we have a problem, but we don't necessarily have to wait. We can look more for solution. I know that doesn't mean we will find it. We are doing something. And also, education is better. I know this is hard to see right now when you see like how the things disappear with education. Like you're holding the sand and you open your hand, it's not there, and you think it's all gone. But teachers don't think that way. It is not true that all the education is gone for this. It looks sometimes like this, but there is strong tradition of education in Indonesia and the other ASEAN countries that can still be used for next year and for the coming years. And in particular, uh, I suggest then pay attention to yourself because not only do we have to start with ourselves, but it will help you see problems more clearly. For this way, um, pay attention to yourself and ask yourself what you are paying attention to. And start to think that one of the key things will be to help the students, the children, pay attention to things. Nobody, no matter how difficult the education is, and they're not learning much, nobody is impossible for them to pay attention to something new. Or they maybe not completely, but they can always try to pay attention to something. Um, most of your students will be able to pay some attention to some of the things that you're saying. I don't mean that therefore like the you stop trying or that education will not be serious. It will be serious. Um, but don't think of this as fighting that you must only win, or if you do not win, you lose. No one can fight the ocean. The ocean goes like this. For this, what we can do is think about what are children paying attention to, what are they not paying attention to, and see if we can find some way to keep their attention on the study. To do this too, we must ask ourselves completely, not just the class the student is taking, not just the test, but what does the student know this year that they don't know last year? On it and on it goes. And the good way to do this, my last point is that um, we all have an experience now that we share. Uh, Even little children will understand this. So you can find some way to talk about them and put them in a group, even if you can't directly be with them. Um, Everybody could talk about their experience. So let's, for now, I in my PPT, I left people with some questions that I encourage for discussion that will come up later. And in my PPT, I also give my email, the contact, if you want to do it. I will leave it with you. The PPT is free. Anyone could have it. You can give to your colleagues. You can use it. Um, but let's see the situation. Maybe things will be much worse. Maybe things will be much better. Most likely things will be half-half. A little bit better, but still difficult. Like that. Let's together talk about what we can do in that situation.
Okay.
Julian, do you want to say to translate anything? I spoke a lot and maybe too much
Uh,
in English.
No. That's just fine. I will help you to give the idea. In Indonesia,
Yeah.
pesan pentingnya adalah dari Profesor Pikes adalah tadi Profesor akan meminta memberikan sebuah PowerPoint untuk mengingatkan dan semacam tantangan bagi kita semua untuk kira-kira apa lagi yang menjadi solusi daripada ini. Yang pertama tadi ada 3 step kalau bisa saya rangkum. Yang pertama adalah untuk mengetahui naik turunnya situasi ini, kemudian kita menjalankannya sesuai dengan situasi yang sudah ada, kemudian mengidentifikasi apa yang sudah dimiliki oleh seluruhnya dan dimiliki oleh siswa dan apa yang belum, dan kemudian merencanakannya. Nah, itu tadi yang disampaikan oleh Profesor David, Profesor Pikes. Professor, about the PPT, because the limited of time, can we just share the link in the webinar chat room?
Of course.
Because
thank you, friend.
Yes, yeah. Okay. We will do that after your session. Dan para peserta nanti bisa mengunduhnya melalui link yang sudah kami berikan di chat room. Professor Pikes, I really sorry to tell you because the duration of the session is already end. It's really nice and really interesting and useful discussion from you today. And I believe what everything you say, it's meant for good for every one of us today, in the future, and the next year coming after the COVID-19. And we hope so this pandemic will end soon and really get out of this world.
Inshallah.
Yes. Professor, one last thing,
yes.
you want to say something? Yes.
I want to thank all the deans of UNP and the other universities in Malaysia, Slovakia, etc. I know you worked hard for organizing this. I want to thank Sari Dewi and you and all the teachers who are doing very hard work. I know how difficult it is, and I want to thank you.
Me too. Thank you, David. 12 hours between us, but still okay. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, Professor Pikes, thank you very much. I hope you always be healthy and be safe there in America. And also I hope we will meet again another time.
Certainly. Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, distinguished guests and all the participants today, that's all our discussion, a very useful and interesting topic with Professor David Pikes, PhD. And by the end of the discussion, it's also the end of my moderating session today. I'm Julian Fikri, and I say thank you for you all and see you again. For the MC, the screen is yours.
Okay, what a great presentation. Thank you, Professor David Pikes, PhD, and Mr. Julian Fikri, MA. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have moved to our second keynote speakers, Varun Asokan, PhD, and will be hosted by our moderator, Dedi Supendra, MA. So, for Mr. Dedi Supendra, MA, the time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Please be upon you. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor for me to welcome you to the second session of the second day of the third International Conference of Education held by Faculty of Education Universitas Negeri Padang in collaboration with Trevana University Slovakia and Faculty of Education University Kebangsaan Malaysia. I'm Dedi Supendra, will be moderating this session for the next 90 minutes, 60 minutes for presentation from the speaker, and 30 minutes for question-answer session. In a moment, we are going to listen to our honorable speaker in this conference who will be delivering a speech about theory and practice of primary education in Indian context. It is now my great pleasure to greet Mr. Varun Ashokan, PhD, from Department of Education, Regional Institute of Education, Mysore, University Mysore, Karnataka, India. How do you do, Mr. Varun? We are happy for having you in this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, as a brief introduction, Mr. Varun Ashokan, PhD, accomplished his doctoral in early childhood education in NCERT University, Mysore, Karnataka, India, and visited several countries such as Slovak Republic and Poland in 2019, Russia and Indonesia in 2018, and Sweden in 2016 for academic activities. Mr. Varun had been assistant professor in Regional Institute of Education, Ajmer, National Council of Educational Research and Training, India, from July 2018 to May 2019, and in Slovakia Academy of Information Agency and Trevana University, Slovak Republic, from August 2019 to November 2019, and published and presented more than 20 research. For information, all participants who have questions, you may type the questions on the chat box, either in English or Bahasa Indonesia. All right, we are not going to wait any longer. I'm pleased to let Mr. Varun Ashokan, PhD, to deliver his speech. Mr. Varun, screen and sound are yours.
Hello. I hope everyone, is it audible?
Yes, it's clearly audible.
Okay, okay, fine. It's a pleasure to meet everyone. Though it is not very pleasure, but it's very pleasure to meet everyone through this platform. And actually, you know, the presentation yesterday I changed my title into school education in COVID and Indian experience rather than theory and practices, because you know, at this moment there are a lot of changes are happening. Then I thought which at a huger level in India, though globally there is a pandemic, but the huger level in India, because the Indian Ministry of Education brought a new policy of education. It comes as a national policy of education 2020. So then I thought it would be nice to give a talk on what is happening at this moment in India. Yeah, before talking about this the scenario, I like to share what I am doing currently. So past 7 months, the schools have been shut down and the colleges have been shut down. Things are happening more virtual. At the huger level, what I found, what the statistics also says, eventually children and the people are going to get affected by the mental health are going to get affected. So I thought I have been staying in my home and doing my task through online. So I thought I would take a travel, because at this moment things were India is under unlockdown. Like the lockdown is going to over, or I'm not sure whether it gets over, but things are quite easier for the mode of travel and other convenience. So I thought of I can take a tour, and I have been riding past 3 days, and yesterday I started driving. So I thought, okay, I will do it. I was trying to, you know, thought of skipping the conference, and I can drive across the southern state of Tamil Nadu. But then I thought it would not be polite to skip the conference, and maybe this is a better way to express what's happening in India, because I'm with academics now. One of my hobbies is traveling, so I thought I should be travel and share what's happening across in India. So currently I'm in the extreme south, like down below. I can see it's the Kanyakumari, but it's extremely near to the Indian Ocean. So I am visiting all rural sides and urban sectors, and how I know, because I have been traveling a lot of I have been traveling past 14 years, and I know how the country looks like and how it's currently looking like, because there are various changes happened in the mindset of people, and in the mindset of children, and in the mindset of society itself. So before getting into the deeper uh, deeper things, I like just bring the I like to share what's the scenario and what and all the government initiatives are doing with this. Can I share my slide? Okay.
Yes, you can. Mr. Farun, do you need help to share the slides, or you can do it by yourself?
Yeah. Okay. Is it visible now? The
No.
school during COVID and Indian Express and Indian experience.
We cannot see the slide yet.
You couldn't see this. You couldn't see the slide.
No, not yet.
Okay.
If it's okay with you, we can help to share the screen.
Yeah, I am sharing the screen. So that's. Hello, this one. What about now?
Not yet, Mr. Varun.
Not it.
Should we help you to share screen, Mr. Varun?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay, wait a moment.
No, not this one. Not this one.
Not this one?
Is what I. Not this one. Not this one.
Which slide?
Can I? Okay. This. I was just in the morning. I emailed in the morning. So to the sorry,
so,
email.
So you sent an email this morning for the committee about your slide?
Yeah. Okay. No, to Shari. But can I send? Okay, I can forward this to you if you tell the email.
Sure, no problem.
Sorry for the inconvenience.
No problem, sir.
Can I send it to a Zoom buddies or something? Okay, or I can Gmail it. Is it someone there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Can you tell your email ID? I can send you your email ID.
Okay, I'll send you my email ID through private chat. Berarti gue terusin dulu aja kali.
Okay, did you receive it?
I'll
It
check
might be
my, okay, I'll check my email first.
yeah.
Okay, I got it, Mr. Varun, but you may talk
Okay.
while we are working with the slides.
Okay. So there are a lot of I can say majorly in India. This pandemic brought a huge loss in the sector of education because student this pandemic because majorly the Indian children were depending on the midday meal system in the schools. So education comes second because the Indian population is around 65% population lives in the rural sector, and most of them lives in the village, and they were strongly depend on the school midday meal system. So you can see in my uh, screen, like due to pandemic, around 19.12 crore children lost the access to the midday meals. It means this pandemic will lead them to an huge health crisis, particularly the malnourishment sector. And
Mr. Varun?
So, sorry for the disturbance.
Yeah.
So, is it audible?
Yes, it's
Can
clear.
someone tell me? Is it?
Yes, it's clear. It's clear
Hello?
here, Mr. Varun. Yes.
Hello.
Yeah.
Can
Hello.
Can someone drop message? It's audible.
Yes, it's audible.
Is it audible? I couldn't hear your answers.
Yes, we can hear you clearly.
Hello.
David, it's me. Sorry,
Yeah.
I can hear you very well here from my
Audible?
office. It's okay.
Yes, please continue.
Okay. Thank you. So this was one challenges which I am rising right here, and I'm sharing what's happening here. And according to UNESCO, around 200 and 330 million students in Indian schools and colleges are currently impacted. Uh, currently impacted on the various level. So as we all know, how this pandemic has a huge issues on the students school education, and as well as higher education institutions is very high, because many teachers in India has lost their jobs, and workers like non-academic level also they have uh, one second.
It's okay here, Mr. Varun.
Yeah, stay
Just go
one
on.
second. I just connect with my headset.
Oh, Mr. Farun, we can hear you clearly from here. So it's okay. Just continue your presentation.
Okay. So yeah. So the pressure on the students is very high at at as for the school going children, as well as the higher education university children, because the students who were at the end of the courses are thinking about their employability and the future, whether they need to go for a higher studies, or they have to skip the studies. So these are the things. And again, the students who want to pursue the career or pursue the studies also at the dilemma whether what kind of courses they have to take. So there are a lot of huge stress on the students at the school level, as well as at the higher education institution level. uh, so and another yes, the economy is hugely shrinking, the global economy, and which includes the Indian economy as well as. So now there are new trends in teaching and learning are emerging, like teachers who have not been used the technology so far, they started using, and the various mode of assessment is started coming, which can be an a merit for the learning, and the assessment is very easy, and the tracking of the records for the teachers are very easy compared to the when it comes to the attendance, the teachers becoming easy for the teachers who have exposed to the technology. But the teachers who have newly exposing towards this technology, they're also in some kind of stress, because they don't have any awareness and attitude towards the technology. So these are the there are the huge gaps between skilled and the non-skilled technology oriented teachers. So this is a call for a great global collaboration between the students and academic and industries, because now in India we can see a huge shift of these designing companies, the techno companies are entering into the students and students, particularly. So I work for NCIT, which is it's a part of a federal government, and their collaboration is majorly they go to the schools and go to the pre-service, and do pre-service and in-service program. So but now what happens, we brought all these technology oriented companies, and to help us to build the apps and content creation. So a lot of technology oriented companies are intervening or helping the academicians. So I think this is a great opportunities for the countries who have already techno oriented to have a investment on countries like India. But I cannot say India, because in India it's it's very diverse, be it geography, or be it to be uh, be it to be a linguistic, or be it to be a socio-economical. So this is I think people who are skilled and engineered, it's a huge time to look into this and contribute and work together. Can we go to the next slide?
Yes.
Will educators rise to the challenges? This is again this is it's once again. So will educators rise to the challenges? Schools are closed, but not learning. Yes, there are a lot of online modes, or students are learning, because the prime aim for our government or the Ministry of Education is not to teach. Our prime aim for the schools, for our educators or our ministry, is to engage the children, rather than just to see the to see whether the learning is happening. But yes, we are also uh, uh, checking. The possibilities of checking is very low, but yes, we are also engaging the students majorly through online modes. Particularly, many schools is either use it, they use the schools run by the government, they uses Google Meet, and the private schools uses some kind of the high-end private schools uses their own designing app, and others they use Zoom, which is affordable for them. And yes, there are very online modes they started using. The teachers are masters in the subject matter and the technology. Yes, uh, in India, the Ministry of Education also conducting the surveys how efficiently teachers are using the technology. uh, teachers undergo a lot of process to recruit for the recruitment, be it to be in the government schools or in the private schools. They were very good in the subjects, but when coming into the technology, when they use the mode of technology, it's very difficult for them to teach. But it's a very simple. I can for example, this mathematics. It's not very easy to teach mathematics through online, as do languages, because the when we for languages, uh, we need the language. For example, I teach pedagogy of English. For me, it is more than teaching the subject, it is communication. So there are a huge gap of teaching language subjects, because we can teach poetry, we can teach prose, but to whom the children will communicate? How much time they engage in the phones? How much time they call their friends and speak? So these are the certain subjects are under a big threat, which includes all the subjects, even botany or zoology or any kind of pedagogical subject are under a huge threat. So this aspect also teachers are facing a lot of problem. So the learning crisis. So students are engaging, but I would say this is the huge impact on the education sector. A huge learning crisis are going or is going on, and which the educationists from India, they are predicting children will face a huge mental crisis problem. So government also thinking actually thinking how to recover once the children come back to the school. So learning and poverty in India, yeah. So as I already told in the previous slides, uh, the Indian schools are majorly to eradicate poverty. The primary education, the basic elementary education in India is majorly to eradicate the poverty, not the poverty, for the health aspect, because children strongly depend on the health and nutrition aspect strongly depend on the schools on health and nutrition aspect. I'll just give a small example. So the government schools in India functions 6 days per week. So the children come in the morning, they will take some kind of snacks in the school, which is rich in protein and vitamin. In the afternoon, they take some meal along with the 2 eggs, and the evening they will have a milk and snacks and go to the school. So this happens for the 6 days. For the past 7 months, children have not been accessed towards the school. So it means they lack all these nutrition supplements. So now these children will be in stay in home. They will eat whatever the parents prepare and have. So the parents have already lost the job. So the economy is coming down. So it is a huge threat I can see, and the education is also predicting. So this will happen. This will be one of the huge things. Teachers beyond teaching. So in India also. Teachers are not just teaching in the schools. Yes, once the children comes, they were taking care of how they are, what is happening in their home, and what is happening on the children's life. So it is, they are not just teachers, they were teaching. The role is beyond teaching. So children also getting a lot of impact on this. So e-class and massive don'ts. So what happens? The survey which conducted by National Council of Educational Research, children were saying that they were participating in the e-classes, but they were not learning from the e-classes. They were just simply turn on the mobile and open the app and just looking at the teachers. because every children are not getting enough opportunity to reach out the teachers. Even if they raise the questions, sometimes teacher unable to understand. So that I will speak later. Then lack of infrastructure. So what happens, this online platform, particularly this mobile internet and the laptop and the learning tools for this movement is not with everyone. So there are a lot of newspaper article reports that children were the family were fighting for a one mobile phone. For example, in the rural part of India, only father will have mobile phone or mother will be having the mobile phone. Children are not allowed to have a mobile phone. So whenever the parents goes to the job, they have to take their mobile, or they have to give mobile to the children, where they will have a two or three siblings, and which they cannot, everyone cannot use it. So there are a lot of issues, such issues are also there. Can you go to the next slide? So these are the learning platform: mobile, laptop, and tab. There is no other learning platform at this moment. Can you go to the next slide? So how this digital scenario is accessibility of the digital scenario. So here all students who have enrolled in schools with a smartphone, television, radio, etc. Because the Ministry of Education have their its own television channels and radio telecasting also there. So every day teacher come and teach the subjects. For example, in television, but again it's not an interactive mode. It is though these modes are interactive, but it's not very interactive. So students engage with the smartphones, television, and radio, etc. So students with the TV and basic mobile phone. So if the children see, the schools have a report of how many children have mobile phone, how many homes have facilities. So in a short span, how much ever it is possible, the schools have taken into the schools have taken into consideration what and all they can afford, and they suggest the parents to turn the television on, watch certain TV programs which is exclusively functioned for the education or learning. So they have categorized the students. So how many students are having mobile phone, access to the mobile phone? How many students are accessible towards the television? How many students are accessible towards the radio? So some children falls in all categories. Some children falls in certain categories. Some children not even fall into any kind of category. That is like these migrant parents. So they have lived in a different part of India, and once this pandemic rised, and they started moving towards their village town. So these children are severely affected. Can you go to next slide? So in India, the education functions in two different sectors, like the federal government run schools, and the federal government suggested guidelines or standards for the children, and the state government. At the end, the state government will take its the own call to what to deliver to the children and what not to deliver to the children. I'm just giving some example here how this state government schools functions particularly. So the teacher guides the students through WhatsApp from KG to 8th grade. So here from KG kindergarten to class third, the teaching time for a KG and for a KG to class for a kindergarten, be upper kindergarten, lower kindergarten, the class hour is 45 minutes. For a first standard to third standard, the class hour is class timing is class timing is 90 minutes. And for class third to fifth standard, the class time is 1 hour 30 minutes. And for class 6 to 8, it is 3 hours. From 8th to 10th, it is 3.5 hours. From 11th and 12th, it is 4 hours. This is what happening. The timings, the variation of timings in Indian schools currently. So teacher guides give all the instruction to the WhatsApp group. So they will have their own group and they follow the instruction. So then for a teacher share the material on what they in for eighth they just give the instruction. They will not share any material. For the eighth to ninth to 10th, teacher shares the various material, be it to be assessment material, instruction material, concept material, all kind of material are shared through WhatsApp. So these are the guidelines which are given by federal government. So teacher can take online session for 11th and 12th class. It means they can the teacher take their own call at what time they have to call teach the children and how to they organize the children. So as I told, the majorly used apps are Google Classroom, Zoom, and WhatsApp, and other online platforms which is approved by the government of India. So how the assessment happens, how the teacher assess the children, it's like through oral, because whenever they teach, they ask the question to whether the children are following it up or not. So or else there will be a multiple choice questions. So the schools which run, the schools which have their own apps, so they will for every day for a half an hour they conduct a question of for 15 to 20 question which has a multiple choice question which covers the specific subjects. So within a week, all the teachers covers three subjects, either a language or mathematics or science. So every week there will for 3 days, 3 to 4 days they will have an assessment time. And apart from that, the home activities. So children, whatever the activities are feasible within the home, children has to do it and take a picture and upload the document or share with the teacher. So interestingly, what happened? The NCERT has conducted a survey which says 3/4 of the students stated that they can't learn well through online mode of teaching and learning. So they are saying it means 3/4 of children are they are unable to learn well. That's what, but they were engaged. Can you go to the next slide? So yeah, this is where I work and what NCIT we do. So we do capacity building for the teachers and majorly capacity build and the mapping the curriculum. So what they should do and what children should do. So what the government of Ministry of Education every month or every 40 days they come with the academic calendar. Sometimes the academic calendar is completely failed. For example, in the month of July they created an academic calendar for the month of August, which is utterly a flop show because due to this the range of infection in India is quite varies. For example, in the month of July it was severely affected in the southern part of India, whereas in the northern part of India it was in the month of May. As do now also, if we compare to the state which I stays near, it's a Kerala, which now the infection rate is going high because now they have the monsoon and the virus condition is totally different in that particular location. So whatever the federal government create an academic calendar for the teachers, academic calendar for the schools and the higher education institution, which becomes not completely okay. But somehow their government is ministry is forcing to complete the academic the 2019-20 academic year, and the new academic year is yet to start. So what NCIT we started giving I'm just highlighting the what are major things are happening. So there is a continue learning plan. So for what we are doing is we are making a continuous learning plan for the children, so which is relevant to the textbook, what and all which is presented in the textbook, and we have to create a learning plan for them. And the textbook also, for example, for standard 7th, if they were teaching last year they were teaching all lessons, but now it was reduced into one. We teach I think 45% of the curriculum burden was reduced, or the subject burden was reduced for the student. So and mapping the learners for access towards the technology. So whatever the schools teaches, the schools also advised to map whether the children are having a uh, necessary accessibility to learn through technology. and the steps taken by the state government learning from home. So what the Ministry of Education or the NCERT is suggested, so the state government should monitor the children whether they have learning facilities and environment in the home, tracking and monitoring the progress. So these are quite, I cannot say it's very feasible, but these are the steps uh, they have taken from the Ministry of Education, and I'm sure they will not 100% implement on this, but how much ever it is possible, they are implementing on it. So tracking and monitoring the progress, whether again whether the children or they are uh, whether the children are able to track the monitor and progress. So plans to access the learning gap once. So apart from that, what the Ministry of Education is giving instruction for the schools, once the children comes back to the school, and what are the they have missed in these many days. I know they might be missed a lot of friends and a lot of sports and games. So these and particularly the emotional components, because the school going, the major purpose of the schooling is socialization. Once you stay in the home, and once we stay in the home, and we think that the technology bring a great socialization. No, it is not going to be. Though I'm not against of technology, but I think somewhere something is missing, and in this in this situation. So these are the governments, again, Ministry of Education suggesting that once the children comes back, and where they missed, and how do we fill it, then resilience in the school system is just the pandemic. So these are then guidelines we created. So schools should be resilient to fight against this pandemic, or fight against any kind of situation, though any kind of odds in the life, and the well-being. So this also we are promoting the physical and mental well-being, and mental well-being, so that children should not affected in this, because if they affect on this, it is going to be reflect in their future. So again, our major crisis is children for migrant laborers. So earlier there were the mobile primary schools were there, but now we don't. That is no point of having a mobile primary schools, and the government also asked not to run that school, because children of migrant laborers from one place to another place, they are keep going. So covering their marginality, we are consider them into this part. The next slide, please. So yeah, this is no, I just some 10 minutes back before, not now. It's like around 8 o'clock. I captured this school. This is the schools. There are around, at least 500 children will be there. I captured this school around 8:30, and you can see that it's a very rural India, and there is no children and no teachers, and nothing is happening. The building is simply closed for past 7 months, and we don't know what's uh, inside the school, whether it can be snakes will be there. So it is completely closed and shut down. Next slide, please. So yeah, we call it, either it can yes, for sure it's an end of certain aspects in the education sector, and it's going to be the new beginning. Let us see what's going to come. And again, if you have any suggestions or any ideas you like to ask.
Are you done, Mr. Varun?
Yeah, I have. Yes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Varun Asokan, PhD, for delivering a meaningful speech for us in this session. Now we are going to go to the question and answer session. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are having some interesting question through chat box, or someone sent me privately, and I'll read it one by one. And the first question we can see from chat box. It's from Siti Dinda Tiarani from Primary School Teacher Education, Universitas Negeri Padang. I want to ask, each student has different internet facilities. If there are students who are late to collect assignment because of network constraint or problems in the area where they live, in the Indian context, will the teacher give lower marks or student who have the, sorry, so this is the question. In Indian context, will the teacher give lower marks to students who have the problem, or is there any tolerance?
So, if I'm not wrong, if okay, it's covering two aspects. So, at this situation, the assessment happens, majorly on the private school sectors, not in the government schools, because government schools are mostly closed. There are federal government schools are closed, opening, and so marks have at this moment marks are not concerned because uh, see again the multiple choice of questions covering with the keeping the mind in the higher standards as well as the lower standard of the children. So they were making sure that minimum level of learning is happening, but that's what they're saying. But again, the report from National Council of Education Research Training says 46 percentage of students only are able to learn and others are not able to learn. It means yes, their teachers are it's not about mark, but again they are not gaining more marks. As to the scenario before is based on the eligibilities, like every now we have a different policy of education, and it is implemented, but to in practice it may will be practiced maybe in 20 next academic calendar. But there are 10 plus 2. This was the system in India. So in the 10th standard, almost some between 70 percentage of students will get pass marks. It means they can go to the uh, next level. And as do in uh, pre-university, or it can be a plus 2 we call here. So they get almost some 70 to 75 percentage they can go for the higher education. So again, yes, the marks or it can be based on the talent of the individual. Yes, they get fair marks also.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Varun. We've got another question from Ahmad Bayu Aryawan, Faculty of Animal Husbandry, Halu Oleo University, Kendari. Sir Varun, based on scenario of using technology in education, many users use YouTube, which is being limiting by the characters than chatting under video was uploaded. This issue was induced many students bring the question in 3 times. So how to maximize this study for transfer the knowledge to them? Is use sli.do, Menti, or chat in WhatsApp personally? The question is on Vox chat.
Okay, it's there in the chat box.
Yeah.
Okay, animal husbandry. Okay, fine. Based on the scenario of using University of Sir Varun, based on the scenario of using technology in education, many users used YouTube, which is being limited by the characters that chatting under the video was uploaded. This issue was included many students to bring the question in 3 times. So how to maximize the study of transfer the knowledge to them? I used do SL do Meti or chat in WhatsApp. In WhatsApp as well. Thank you very much. But I didn't understand the question. Yes, I didn't understand the question. Yes, there are various mode of learning platforms are there, not just YouTube, and not just YouTube, and but again in India also majorly children are depending on the YouTube, because when the teacher teach and they are unable to understand, then they go into the YouTube and they take the videos, and there are other platforms like in India, having the Ministry of Education or having called the online video deposit or the online deposit for the school education. where I can speak only for India because my knowledge is also very limited, and I am also very young, and I'm just experiencing everything new. So what happens in India, we have particularly in the education sector, particularly from the school education sector, there are online depository where content creations, video creations, then instructional materials, Government of India created, and it's called Ganga, which you can check in NCRT website, which where the children, if the class 9th or 10th, they want to learn certain subject where the teachers and taught and still they didn't understand, or they need more information about that, they can go to the particular website and browse it on. They can take videos, or they can take instruction materials from them. So I hope I may not answered completely, but I shared what I learned. Is there any next question?
I have questions also. May I ask?
Is there any question from the attendees, please? Raise your hand.
Yes, I have.
Miss Sari Dewi.
Okay, thank you. Nice to meet you, Farun. Thank you,
Hi,
Dedi
how are you?
Supendra. Everything's great.
Okay.
Okay, even that we meet on virtual meeting, I just want to know uh, distant learning for early childhood education from Ministry of Education in Indian. What does it look like? Please share with us. Thank you.
Sorry, can you repeat the Eastern learning?
Distant learning for early childhood education in Indian from Ministry of Education. What does it look like
Eastern learning,
during
Distance
this
learning.
pandemic? Distance learning.
distance. Okay, distance learning. Yeah, I see. So everyone derived of. I strongly believe in an academician, so I don't have any issues with what kind of government is running and what kind of global politicians or political backgrounds are happening. But what I feel the distance, particularly in early childhood education, uh, uh, we are just, yes, this is at this moment it is really important, because if we didn't see if teacher didn't see the children, it is a huge impact. Then if the children goes to the school, it is a huge impact on their life itself. But if they stay in the home, at least they meet the teachers through online, they get some kind of hope. It's a point 0.5 level hope only are they having, that yes, teachers are exist, my friends are exist, through I can see their photos, I can speak if I want to call. So for me it is majorly on their emotional aspect. Currently they need more strong emotions and a strong power of hope. Yes, tomorrow is there, and we will fight this situation, and this is they may not be understanding that we will fight the situation, but they will have a indirect hope that this situation will get over soon and they can go to the school. Yes, at this moment I strongly suggest it's really important to have this distance education.
Is it
In
clear?
India, yes, it's my opinion. As in India, what the scenario is, yes. See, what happens again in the government schools. So in governments, in Indian government schools, early childhood education is not compulsory so far, and our new educational policy is recommending that they are going to have a compulsory preschool education. So what happens? Yes, these children are not getting enough sufficient, engagement with the teachers through a distance mode, because so far we don't have any uh, compulsory preschool education. Schools which are already they are having, and they are following it through various modes of online platform. And students participate and they share. Sometimes I have seen my nephews, they're recording their poems and they share with the teachers, and the teacher shares 3 star for the poem or a 4 star, whatever makes the child happy. These things are happening, and I think the everyone understand, teachers and adults are, we understand the situation, so we are having this virtual webinar or virtual conference. they're also teachers also enjoying their own part with the children, and I hope they are I cannot say enjoying, but at least they make sure, I think they are engaging the children, to avoid more stress on the children.
How is it, Mrs. Sari Devi?
Oh, thank you so much, Farhan, for sharing with us.
Okay, we continue to the another question from chat box. It is from Aisha. Uh, I have two questions. First, in the corona pandemic, does the government in India, through education, have a discourse to change the curriculum during the COVID-19? And how will the government of India resolve this? And the second question is,
Yeah, it's a very interesting question. So as I told, everyone is undergoing this pandemic. So the government of India also, after 34 years, they brought new educational policy 2020, which has a totally different ideology itself. And apart from that, by 2023, Ministry of Education have to change or reform the textbooks for class 1 to class 12. So we are also hoping that there will be a new way of enlightenment will happen through textbook in upcoming years.
okay, Mr. Varun. The second question from Aisha. Do parents in India who supervise their children have very complex constraints such as educational background to help the student learning?
Uh, yeah, yes. So see, again, it will be very generalization, because as it's a very diverse sector. The complexity will be more in rural part, based on the needs of the parents. In the urban sector, again, the complexity, it's a very simple. Yes, I can bring it. If I am not, I understand the complexity of teaching, providing education for the male child and the female child. Yes, it is there. And our education system and the curriculum also trying to reform the parents should not biased with the gender, but I cannot say there is a biasness is still there.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Varun. We've got another question from Winda Utami, Çukurova University, Turkey, preschool education. Mr. Varun, as you said, in the normal days, students get food supplement and vitamin from the school, and during the pandemic, it's become a problem because the family also has economic problem. So what does the government do to solve the problem?
So yeah, it's a huge uh, see government see what government has given its solution. It's not as a completely, as an academician I can say no, government is, I can completely, I'm saying on straight, uh, government is not even thinking of preschool children, or the food system, the supplements which they supposed to reach the children, because already the government is under huge stress of economy, which is not sufficient. So what the government is telling to the reporters, or the instruction to the see, this comes under Ministry of Ministry of Child and Women Development. So what they were saying, we are giving rations for the parents, and we are giving also money to them. The money is not a very huge money, it's a very subsidized money, and to the parents, they should take care of their children's food and nutrition supplements. I can say it is, the money is not going to be sufficient. The food is not going. The supplements which get it from the school is not going to supplement benefit which they will not get it from the home. So if the question is from Turkey, I think once the pandemic gets over, or when the situation is be bit normal, you can come to India and visit India, and you can see India is not it's not a one, it is huge diversity itself. So my answer is no, children are not getting sufficient supplements, and government is taking some measures, and which is not really not up to them. It's maybe some 5 to 10% of solution only we are getting, and children are starving in the villages. Yes.
Okay, Mr. Varun, it will be interesting to visit India someday.
Yeah, this is what I know. Wherever I go, wherever the conference I attend, I will ask everyone to come to India. You can note it my email ID. You can come anytime and you can write to me and you can come and visit India and I'll be there and I will check tour wherever you like to go. Because normally I'm first I'm an academician. Second, I'm a very good traveler. I like to travel everywhere. So whomever looking this conference or attending this conference from the day one to last day, you can email to them whenever they want to come to India. I can take them. I can take them to the schools from either high-end private schools, low-end government schools, and by virtual it's only just we are talking. But when you go to the place and look into that, then we know what's happening. So I
Okay.
am inviting everyone through this media to come and visit India, and I can guide them.
Okay, thank you
I
for
will
the
guide.
offers, Mr. Varun. We go to the next question. I think someone sent me a message privately. Uh, you say before on your slide that you've done the research on the NCERT, and the question is, what is the follow-up of the Indian government to solve online learning problem based on NCERT research?
Sorry, I didn't get understand the question.
uh, the follow up, you've done the research before, right? And is there any follow up from the government due to your research?
Uh,
The
uh,
the teaching.
Follow, yeah, follow up, and so for we are not sure when the school's completely going to open, and again we have to go for a kind of survey what children really needs, and based on that we will going for an intervention. Yes, intervention will be there, and I think that is the one of the best way to solve the problem. And we will also look into the various countries how they are tackling and how they are trying to come up and a various intervention or the practices which they are doing so that they can uh, give a kind of solution for the children. So I think this is the a kind of we are always looking our policy or national education policy also recommended that we look global best practices and connect with them and learn from them and implement.
Okay, Mr. Varun. Yeah, we've got another question here. It relates to the Indian government. How Indian government help the student that less access telecommunication network and internet? Uh,
How?
yeah,
Yeah,
how?
I got the question. I got the question. So telecommunication. Hi, yeah. See, it becomes a business. I don't say it's a become a business because we are all part of it. We are using 4G phones. Children use 1G phone, and when the one, so we have a largest, telecommunication consumers. So we get a lot of, for example, I have been to Indonesia, but I couldn't, currently I couldn't remember. For example, uh, the internet price is very cheaper in India. It's very cheaper, and anyone can have this internet. Even a very poor man can have a very good internet. Only thing is the have the internet because now we are not using any smartphones, but we are using any ordinary phones. We are using the smartphones, and the smartphones without internet is not smart. So yes, certain sector is they are not getting sufficient internet. For example this kind of Zoom meeting we need more MBs and gigabytes, which is not sufficient for the children at the lower economical level. And so what government has done is they have started telecasting the they started telecasting the subjects in the television channels and the radios. So those who don't have sufficient internet or the technology, they can learn through from either it or or television.
Okay, Mr. Varun. For all the participants, if you have any question, you can raise your hand, and I'll probably can click your mention
Or
your name.
and I just like to take a leave because I'm already traveling and just it's if is it okay if I leave?
Yes, if you can't
And
stay any longer, I think that's no
so
problem.
before that, before that, I like to thank everyone, and I like to thank Sharif for taking me to be a keynote speaker here, or a planet, or a speaker here. And I thank everyone for this opportunity. I like to hope meet in person sooner once the situations gets normalized. Either we can meet in India, or we can meet in Indonesia, or wherever we can able to meet. We can all meet and have a very we can meet and work together for our future goals and aims and vision. And thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you so much,
Thank
Farron.
you so
Nice
much,
to meet
Mr. Parrot.
you.
Nice to meet you as well. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to say thank you so much to our honorable speaker who has been sharing interesting and insightful speech and discussion as well. And also thank you to all audiences who has been paying full attention and participation in this session. And I'm Dedi Supendra. Would like to apologize for any inconvenient mistake, words, and deeds. Bila taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you. Thank you.
Please take care. Bye-bye, Farron.
Bye-bye, Mr. Varun. See you next time.
See you next time.
Okay, thank you Farun Ashkan PhD and our moderator Didi Supendra MA for your time. Ladies and gentlemen, for the next session, all of you are welcome to have lunch break, but please note that after the lunch break at 1 p.m., we will hold another plenary with the third keynote speaker. So see you later.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I am Professor Ganefri PhD, Director of Universitas Negeri Padang. Welcome to Universitas Negeri Padang.
Universitas Negeri Padang has 8 faculties and 1 graduate programs, with 41 study programs are accredited A. Universitas Negeri Padang has excellent supporting facilities and infrastructures such as laboratories and workshop, libraries, business center, sport facilities, art galleries and art performance facilities, and the international student dormitories, an internet network with the capacity of 2.5 gigabyte per second.
Hi, my name is Farhan.
And I'm Hifzi Liman.
And we are students from Republic Polytechnic in Singapore.
Kami akan membawa ilmu dari Universitas Negeri Padang ini ke Papua untuk membangun Papua lebih baik.
Hello everyone, nama saya Maria Adeline Doroin. I'm from Capiz State University, Philippines. It's worth to remember and worth to share to the world. Mabuhay UNP!
The impact of technology and the industry nowadays have triggered Universitas Negeri Padang to develop sustainable programs. Universitas Negeri Padang focuses on education and qualified teaching process, research and high-quality publication, then community services that give advantages to the society.
Selain akreditasi dan juga fasilitas yang memadai, Universitas Negeri Padang juga mempersiapkan mahasiswanya untuk dapat bersaing di dunia pekerjaan termasuk di dunia internasional.
The best achievement of Universitas Negeri Padang over the past 4 years, the best state university in the program and financial management of the Public Service Agency of Higher Education category in Indonesia in 2018, gaining an award from the Ministry of Research, Technology and Higher Education for organizing the energy efficient card contest in Indonesia, the best asset manager in Indonesia, first rank in public information, and second best university that provides information through the website in Indonesia. The students of Universitas Negeri Padang also contribute to various events such as academic, sport, arts, and culture, both national and international. In 2019, Universitas Negeri Padang is ranked on the top 25th of the more than 4,000 universities in Indonesia.
Hi everyone, it's nice to see you again in this afternoon. Thank you for still joining the third International Conference of Education by Faculty of Education, Universitas Negeri Padang in collaboration with Faculty of Education, Ternava University Slovakia, and University Kebangsaan Malaysia. We hope that all of you still happy and enjoy the conference today. Ladies and gentlemen, we are continuing our meeting with our keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Sufiarma Marsidin, MPD, and will be hosted by Dr. Abu Yazid Abu Bakar as our moderator. So please welcome Dr. Abu Yazid Abu Bakar.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Very good afternoon to everybody who are in the Zoom chat room for the time being. As mentioned by Ms. Chairman just now, I'm going to moderate the sixth plenary keynote speakers by Professor Dr. Sufiarma Marsidin, MPD. Before we begin, let me introduce a little bit on the background of Professor Dr. Sufiarma Marsidin. He is a professor in Human Resources Management, Faculty of Education, Universitas Negeri Padang since 2004. Prof. Sufiarma get his doctorate in Education Administration, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia Bandung in 2002. And he also holds a Master MPD in Education Administration from IKIP Bandung in 1989. And also a doctorandus in Education Administration from IKIP Bandung in 1981. Prof. Sufiarma, in terms of professional experience, he is currently a lecturer, a permanent lecturer in Administration Education in Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Negeri Padang since 1982. Prof. Sufiarma also a lecturer, permanent lecturer in postgraduate program, Universitas Negeri Padang since 2002. And he is the lecturer of psychology in Universitas Negeri Padang since 2005. Besides that, Professor Sufiarma also a lecturer of postgraduate program in Stein Batu Sangkar, and also in Imam Bonjol, IAIN Imam Bonjol Padang since 2013. He is also an assessor of BAN SM since 2012 until now. So that is basically a little bit of introduction of Prof. Sufiarma background. So I don't have with me today the specific topic of Professor Sufiarma keynote. So why don't we just pass the floor to Professor Sufiarma to start off with his keynote. Please let's welcome Prof. Sufiarma for the talk.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam, bro.
Thank you very much for Mr. Zaim as a moderator for this afternoon. As we know that educational management consists of educational planning, leadership, and supervision. For this seminar, my title is supervision based on IT. By the way, I would like to Miss Devi, you can share my hello Devi, the host. Who is the
Iya,
host?
Prof.
Yeah.
Oke, sebentar, Prof.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, wait for a moment. The host still working to share the my ideas. Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Just now I said to you that supervision based on IT. For this case, educational supervision is a framework of activities carried out to assist the principal's activities both in developing abilities and developing school management, or helping teachers develop their abilities in developing the management of the teaching and learning process. Well, ladies and gentlemen, focus of this supervision, developing abilities of the teacher and the developments of the management of our school. Uh, let's go on. Okay, nowadays the role of IT is very much needed because each agency is focused on IT development so that it can compete with other institution initiative, and also IT makes the process of going through the educational very simple and practical. For example, at Padang State University, the lecturers take student absences by using e-learning, so that it's very structured and organized and also very accurate. This is the example for the student make the assemblies by learning, so that they're very structured and organized and also very accurate. Go on. Ladies and gentlemen, supervision based on virtual based supervision and supervisor in one place can control many teachers in different schools or different places. In this case, a supervisor take place one of the school. He made the control in other teachers in different school. That is the function of supervision based on IT. Go on. Beside of that, collaboration between supervisor and teachers across different schools through online discussion is expected to be able to produce many studies improving the quality of learning. Ladies and gentlemen, supervision focus for improving of the quality of learning. The collaboration between supervisor and teachers. Go on. Ladies and gentlemen, nowadays the role of IT can no longer be separated from education because IT is very influential for education. As we know, IT most influencing rather than the teacher and principal student. It is a very influential for education, namely in the field of time, cost, and energy efficiency. As we know that supervision by IT can be efficiency by the time, the cost, energy, and infrastructure. Go on. Just now, I just taught you that supervision based on IT can be implemented the time, cost, power, and facilities infrastructure. That is the, the good advantages for the implementation of supervision by IT. Let's go on. Ladies and gentlemen, there are three aims of supervision. First of all, growing motivation. The supervisor, how to meet the motivation of the teacher in teaching and learning process. And the second, how to motivate the student can learn as well as possible. And the second function is the quality control in teaching and learning of process. And the third one is professional development of teaching and learning process. That is the good strategies of supervision based on IT. Go on. So, ladies and gentlemen, the role of IT supervision in several aspects of supervisory education is required in order to be active in keeping up with the time, because of it is impossible for us to be left far behind by other developed of countries such as Europe and Asia. If we want to improve the quality of the student or the quality of learning the process, so the position of the supervision is much more very strategic. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to see the function of supervisor as professional. First, divining the problems of the student learning, the problem of teaching and learning process, the problem of infrastructure of our school. And the second, conducting an inspection. Conducting an inspection, but not based on regulation. But the most important thing is to improve the competence of our teacher and also the personnel in our school. The third is data and information assessment. So supervisor just collect to data and information to assessment of the quality of our school. And the fourth, assessment. Supervision will be evaluate input, process, and output, and also outcome in system of our educational management. And five, training. Supervisor making together with the principle to make the train of our teacher, to improve the competence of our teacher, such as the competence, personal competence, social competence, pedagogic competence, and professional competence. The last, coaching and development. For this case, supervisor, the function is to coach and to develop the professional teacher continuously. Let's go on. Go on. Okay. The function of school as supervisor, yes, and a master. First of all, make the research. This is the differences between supervisor and inspector. In the supervisor come to the school based on the research. The data and the conclusion of the research make the evaluation, and after that repair to improve. The most important thing, the quality of our teacher, and the aim is make the good teacher teaching and learning process. Let's go on. Well, ladies and gentlemen, before that, supervisor just supervise, focus just the teacher improvement. But judging from regulation, Minister of Education from Indonesia at number 26 to 28, supervisor, not just the teacher, but also the personnel, such as the administrator, laboratory, and what we call that librarian. Before that, supervisor just focus for teacher development, but now teacher development and also administrator in school, laboratory, and librarian. Let's go on. Well, ladies and gentlemen, school laboratory personnel are one of the educational staff who are indispensable to support the improvement of the quality of the learning process in our school. Through laboratory activities, as we other educational staff, school laboratory personnel are also functional staff. Therefore, it is necessary to have qualification, competency standards as certification. For this case, that laboratory, librarian, dance, staff administration, that is to support the improvement of the quality of learning process in our school. Well, ladies and gentlemen, those competencies that must be full as laboratory as assistant or technician are stated Indonesia Minister of Education. Rule that I said before, 26 of 2008, such as personality competencies, social competence, administrative competence, and professional competence. Those competencies can be supported to make the school success in teaching and learning process. That go on. Yeah. Judging the regulation of 25 or 2008 concerning the standard of school and madrasah library. In this case, as we know that library is a very important thing in our school. Because of library, the student can learn by librarian, the student can learn by laboratory, and the staff administration to support the teacher to make the good teaching and learning process in our school. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that in the context of implementing article, government regulation number 19 of 25 concerning national education standard, it is necessary to stipulate a regulation of the Minister of National Education concerning standard for school, also madrasah librarian. The school library staff standard include the principles of the school library and the school library staff administrator required that apply the school library staff standard as regulated in this minister regulation. 5 years ago, after this ministerial regulation is enacted. That's why I would like to say for this seminar, the function of library staff and also the function of laboratory are very important thing to success teaching and learning in our school. Back before this one, before that. Okay, thank you very much. The school library staff standard include the principles of the school. Library and school library staff administrator are required to apply the school library staff standard is regulated in this minister regulation. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the school library staff is a very important thing that is the special functional such as teacher and lecturer is career functional career. Let's go. Yes. School administrative management school is a staff based on the regulation of Minister Education. Regulation of the Indonesian Minister of National Education the number 24 and 200 concerning standard for school administrative personnel. Well, ladies and gentlemen, yeah, for the staff administrative school, we need personality competence, social competence, and technical competence. For this technical competence consists of academic competence, financial competence, infrastructure competence, and also human relation for this competence. That's all for today. Thank you very much for your pay attention for this seminar. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Thank you, Professor Sufiarma, for the keynote speech entitled IT-based supervision. Two main points that I would like to share is when Professor Sufiarma said that this IT-based supervision is very influential in education nowadays, and it aims particularly to enhance three things: growing motivation, professional development, and quality control. And towards the end, Professor Sufiarma also stated that it is important to ensure the success of IT-based supervision, that the library and laboratory staffs of the schools and the management to be empowered and to be trained to conduct this IT-based supervision. Personally, I believe in the critical time of COVID-19 pandemic nowadays, it is very vital, it is very relevant to have this IT-based supervision in our educational system. So with that, I think again we extend our gratitude and thankful to Professor Sufiarma for the speech, and I hand it back to host Ms. Sri Dewi. Ms. Dewi, are we going to open question and answers Q&A session for Professor Sufiarma? I was made to understand that question will be delivered via a chat room, is it? Maybe Ms. Dewi can help us here. The host.
Hello, Miss Dewi. The time is as the answer the question. Might be directly question or by chart.
Because as moderator, I cannot vision any questions. Q&A session for audience only could be accessed in private chat of Zoom webinar. So I get this chat message telling me that QA session for audience only could be accessed in private chat of Zoom webinar. So I didn't see any question in this chat room right now. Can committee or host of the session advise us on this? Because we have come to an end of our keynote speaker. Any question from the audience? Can you type your question on the chat room? Okay, Prof. Sufiarma?
Yes, please.
There is one question from Miss Grahita Kusumastuti here.
Yes.
The question is about supervision in online learning. She's asking you, is it possible to do assessment in online way?
Okay. I'd like to answer that question.
Okay.
Nowadays, because of the COVID-19, as we know that working from home, learning from home, that's why one of the strategy that supervision by IT. I think that good strategy because of the COVID-19, we just supervise for the teacher. That's why I said that the supervisor stay in one office. They may control any teacher for another places. I think we may that we move that our mindset before that supervisor come to our school, but now the supervisor can supervise the teacher when he's teaching his school by online learning, by watching, by Zoom, maybe such as.
Okay. Okay, Prof. Thank you. Meaning to say the assessment is done by online also.
Yeah.
Yes, I hope that answer Ms. Grahita question. There's another question for you, Prof. From Zulian, Mr. Zulian Fikri. He want to ask Prof on how can educator cope well with many classes by online? Meaning to say too many classes, how can educator cope with burden or responsibilities of having too many classes online, Prof?
Yes. For our classes, some of our classes, we have the infrastructure of learning. We can say that CCTV, closed circuit television. That's why closed circuit television can remote for the teacher in teaching our class. That's why supervisor may use the CCTV. The good activities, the class, and teacher teaching and student learning, and their interaction is the class might be by CCTV. That's why I am sure that supervisor can make good cooperation with the principal of our school. So the problem is because of the limited CCTV in our class, because of the limited of the financial, because of the limited of the infrastructure, that is the problem. That's why maybe our supervisor just like the video conference, and make them teaching and learning process in that class.
Thank you, Prof. So I hope that answer Mr. Zulian Fikri question. Prof is suggesting that the use of CCTV so that we can plan our time and manage our classes from one places maybe. Right, Prof?
Yes, right.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Prof. Is there any more question from the audience regarding keynote speech by Prof. Suparma just now, IT-based supervision? Okay, there's one more question, Prof, coming in. This question asking you about how about the data in online assessment? Maybe data easier to be manipulated.
Yeah.
So how about the data that being gathered using online methodology, Bob? How to control it? How to make sure it is not being manipulated?
Okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we assume that the teacher is professional. One of the competence of our teacher is a good personality. If the teacher good personality, I'm sure that the teacher cannot manipulate the data. That's why we just give the 1 and 2 and 3. Maybe we give them the 3 times. That's why we will give the cross check first. Give the what we call that collecting the data, maybe data manipulated, and we zoom that teacher yang professional made the good personality. That's what. As we know that, even though now, whatever we do, if the teacher is not professional, is not good personality, yeah, they can do manipulated anything. That we hope supervisor professional, principalship professional, and teacher professional. That the same perspective to improve the quality of our education, improve the quality of teaching and learning process. That's why, because of the effective domain, the value system in our teacher, that's what personality is a very important thing. That's we call healthy personality.
Okay, thank you, bro. For the answer, it's all about integrity, yeah, bro.
Integrity is very important thing.
Yes, as we are all educators, so even though the possibility to manipulate the data, but we hope it's not happening in the community of educators. So I believe integrity is important, right, bro?
Yes,
okay,
right.
bro. There are 2 more questions here for you, bro.
Yes.
Maybe I should go with the second one first. Prof, this question is how to reduce the impact of internet and proper content to students who still use social media while doing distance learning.
Oh, yeah.
How to reduce the impact of internet and proper content to students who still use social media while doing distance learning. How to control the student from referring to improper content. I believe the question meant for that.
This is the good question. That's why our student, we give the good task. Might be that one person for one duties, and maybe we group the group. The group make the good interaction. That's why, because of the impact of the internet for our student, first of all, if we make the group of learning process, such as the learning cooperation, and to make the sense of belonging of the group, that's why to reduce the individualistic. And the second that we know that the student just think about technology is a very important thing. That's very good. But the very important thing is teacher behind the technology. I just read for the good. either that the technology cannot be replaced the position of the teacher. The teacher can improve his ability continuously. That's why if the teacher not to improve his ability continually, so the student depend on technology. So technology is a very important thing, but the teacher can be supported him. That's why technology can improve the behavior of our student. That
You,
is a problem because that how to make the technology and make our student good interaction and value system of the teacher and education, and not to make them, our student, is individualism.
so thank you, Prof. Again, I believe Prof tried to stress out that even though technology is important, but again, in education, human factor is more important. So the teachers, as Prof said just now, is vital, is very critical in instilling good values to the students. So maybe by instilling good values and moral to the student, then the student will not being going to refer the improper content in the social media and so on and so forth. I believe that's what is trying to be explained by Prof just now. So we go to another question. Prof,
Yes, please.
the participant asking about in rural area, Prof. Maybe the school does not have any facilities to do assessment. How is it possible for supervisor to do online assessment or online supervision?
You mean the limited of the facilities of school?
Yes.
Is it right?
Yes, yes.
That's our problem for the Indonesia, especially for the country. The say that for the limited of the infrastructure, and that's why maybe the supervisor make good working together with the what would you call that another key portion, uh, make working together for with the principalship, make together with such as Indonesian, like the what we do call wali negari, the local and so. That's why a supervisor cannot do by himself, but he is to make good cooperation for another association profession, such as Indonesia, PGRI, ISP, and so on and so on. Because of limited and infrastructure, maybe we can do as well as possible. That is our problem, Mr. Because of limited of infrastructure, it is hard to make the learning process as well as possible.
Yes, thank you, Prof. I believe in part of Malaysia also we have same problem whereby the remote areas internet coverage is not very good. So I believe this is also experienced in Malaysia and other Southeast Asian countries. So hopefully in the future we can our government can minimize this problem, yeah, bro.
Yes, right. To minimize this problem and working together with
yes,
the
true.
informal leader.
Yes, bro, true.
Yeah.
So there's one more question, bro, from our participant. The person asked your opinion, Prof. He asked if we had to no longer social distancing and school from home or work from home anymore, do we still need face-to-face learning activity? If everything is going to be all IT based, are we still needed the conventional face-to-face learning activity, Prof, in your opinion?
Okay, thank you very much. But education is a very important thing, and healthy more important thing. That's why we need online learning. So it depends on the situation. If there is, can we do that because of the territorial in Indonesia, we call that red map and black. We cannot do face to face. If the situation normally such as before, I think we got combination face-to-face supervision and supervision by online. That is very good. So I mean, we need combination between online supervision and supervision face-to-face. But nowadays, we need the most important thing is healthy. Because of our student. Healthy is very important thing.
Thank you, Prof. I believe I hold the same view with you. As much as we engage in IT or online based learning, face-to-face is still needed. That's why they call it hybrid, whereby as much as we can combine both, then maybe the learning process will become more effective, right, bro?
Yes, right.
Right. Okay, bro. So the question keep coming in. Maybe I would bring one more to your attention, Prof. This participant asked you about, are certain majors throughout Indonesia able to meet the criteria to become school administrators?
Would you please, I beg your pardon?
I'm not also sure about what is this participant asking, but he typed the question, are certain majors in majors, maybe subjects, maybe throughout Indonesia able to meet the criteria to become school administrators?
Yes. All right. School administrators, there are several competencies. First, the personal competence, and the second, social competence, and the third is managerial competence, and the fourth is supervisor competence, and five, interpersonalship competence. So there are 5 competencies in the good staff in our school. And that's why the what we call that the bupati and also governor can what we call mengangkat the principalship based on 5 competencies. But in Indonesia, there is special diklat, what we call training focus for the principalship development. There is a good certification. If they pass for that certification, that's why maybe those teacher have the good certification can be a good administrator in our school.
Okay, thank you, Prof.
Yes, please.
So, Miss Dewi, do we still have time to continue with Q&A?
Yes, of
Masih ada
course.
ya? Masih ada ya?
Iya, masih ada.
Iya, masih ada. Oke, kalau begitu kita lanjutkan dengan satu soalan lagi, Prof.
Yes, please.
Ditanyakan kepada Prof dalam bahasa Indonesia ini. So, saya baca dalam bahasa Indonesia lah.
Ya.
Dinyatakan sudah ada atau belum perbandingan kebutuhan tenaga administrasi sekolah ini di beberapa daerah di Indonesia? Itu yang ditanyakan, Prof.
Okay. In the real, kebutuhannya sangat banyak sekali. Kenapa? Terutama for elementary school, sekolah dasar. Harusnya sekolah dasar mempunyai tenaga administrasi yang profesional. Karena pekerjaannya yang amat luar biasa. But as matter of fact, kenyataannya tenaga administrasi itu formasinya belum dikembangkan. Sehingga para kepala sekolah mengangkat tenaga honorer. Dan itu pun terbatas dibayar dengan dana-dana BOS. Padahal fungsi tenaga administrasi sangat-sangat diperlukan sekali. Kita harapkan kepada pemerintah membuka formasi tenaga administrasi ini khususnya di sekolah dasar. Sekolah dasar adalah suatu basic strategis untuk pengembangan human development. Di sekolah dasar tidak ada wakil kepala sekolah. Tidak ada. Yang ada guru. Guru juga diangkat untuk mengelola dana BOS. Sedangkan dana BOS ini dikelola based on IT. Sehingga kepala sekolah mengangkat tenaga IT secara honorer. This is the weaknesses of the formulation of elementary school. Inilah kelemahan-kelemahan yang harus kita pikirkan untuk masa yang akan datang. Berapa banyak sekolah dasar yang dibutuhkan tenaga administrasi tersebut. Apalagi tenaga perpustakaan. Apalagi tenaga labor. Sebab di SD perlu namanya labor IPA. But as a matter of fact, itu belum ada. Ini tantangan yang besar dalam membangun sekolah yang bermutu. Maka sekolah yang bermutu itu didukung oleh kepala sekolah yang profesional, guru yang profesional, tenaga administrasi yang profesional, begitu juga perpustakaan dan labor. Perhatian karena keterbatasan dana, belum sempat pemerintah mengangkat tenaga yang seperti itu. That is our problem to improve the quality, especially for elementary school.
Baik, terima kasih, Prof. Lagi beberapa soalan yang ada di sini. Prof, how is the way to manage digital learning sources for early young learners, Prof?
Oh, that's right. For the young learners, you mean that for elementary school?
I believe so.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. For the young learner elementary school, that this is we need the parents, yeah, at home can be supportive his child in his home. But the problem is the limited of the financial, the limited of the internet. That is our problem. But for the younger school, that the parents have supervised. So sorry. because if the young learner can do internet anything, we afraid of we can see everything. It is not good for his generation. That's why his parents have to supervise him not to open any program. Yeah. Yes. I am so sorry. I can hear your comment, please.
Prof.
Yes, please.
Uh-huh. I have one question for you.
Yes.
Thank you very much for sharing with us here.
Yes.
By the way, Prof, due to this pandemic situation, as a teacher, what should we do to minimize the negative effect of technology for our students? Because especially when we use technology for early childhood, children, of course, need guidance, right, from the teacher. And also, if they use the technology, for instance, the gadget, more than 5 hours, it is not good for the health, for the eyes.
Yes.
Do you have any recommendations how to minimize and to overcome this negative effect? Thank you, Prof.
Thank you very much, Miss Devi. That's our problem. The negative effect of the technology when our student learn more than 5 years, the negative effect for the maybe his thinking, his eyes, and especially for we as a teacher also, we have the long time use the technology also can impact for our eyes. That's why I hope the teacher not give the homework so many, not so many him to give homework, just to give them stimulate to learn, to give and stimulate to read. We afraid of to replace face-to-face teaching and learning, and our teacher give homework, so many homework. That's why our student work for a long time. Work give them more than yes, more than 5 hours. That is negative effect. That's why, yeah, make the limited, not give them much more homework. Maybe Miss Dewi, yeah. As we know that some of the parents and the impact of COVID-19, they are thinking that our teaching and learning is not optimized. That's why that is because of the accident, because of COVID-19. The most important thing is learning, but not more than 5 hours in a year, because of good impact terhadap to the healthy of our student. We think that the teacher just give them not more than homework. Yeah, Miss Dewi, yeah.
Thank you for sharing with us, Prof. Thank you, Prof.
Yeah. Okey, saya rasa sudah tidak ada apa-apa persoalan lagi yang diajukan di chat. Saya serahkan kepada Mbak Dewi semula.
Thank you so much for
yes
session. Professor Dr. Sufiama Marsidin, MPD, and also Dr. Abu Yazid. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
And this is really best event, and at least we can see and meet today, even that it is virtual.
Yes.
Okay, stay safe, and also nice to have you here together.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you, Miss Dewi. Maybe good interaction and good advantages for us to improve our education.
Thank you, bro. Thank you for
Yes.
Thank you,
having me.
Bro.
Yazid. Are you from University Gabangsaan? That's all right?
Yeah, yes, bro. Yes.
Okay. Faculty of Education.
Faculty of Education, bro. Yes, correct.
Oh, I am very glad to meet you.
Okay, me too.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for inviting me to the organizer to moderate Professor Emma keynote. Miss Dewi, thank you very much.
You are welcome.
Okay. Assalamualaikum, bro. Thank you.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
Assalamualaikum, Prof.
wabarakatuh.
See you next time. Pak Yazid
Okay.
too.
Bye.
See you next time.
Ya, Mr.
Bye-bye.
Yazid.
Okay, bye.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Professor, and thank you, Dr. Abu Yazid Abu Bakar. Ladies and gentlemen, because all the parallel session are over yesterday, that's why we don't have a parallel session for today. So for the next hour, all of you are welcome to take a break. We will back again at 3:30 p.m. So see you at 3:30 p.m.
Oke. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Terima kasih banyak, Prof.
Ya, Dewi.
Tetap jaga kesehatan, Prof.
Ya, oke. Thank you very much.
Assalamualaikum.
Wadik 3.
Iya, Bro.
Suaranya khas ya. Tanpa melihat orangnya Pak Dagenani pasti Wadik 3.
Makasih, Bro.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I am Professor Ganefri PhD, Director of Universitas Negeri Padang. Welcome to Universitas Negeri Padang.
Universitas Negeri Padang merupakan perguruan tinggi negeri terakreditasi unggul di Indonesia, memiliki 8 fakultas dan 1 program pasca sarjana dengan 42 program studi terakreditasi A.
Hi, my name is Farhan and I'm Hifzi Liman, and we are students from Republic Polytechnic in Singapore.
Kami akan membawa ilmu dari Universitas Negeri Padang ini ke Papua untuk membangun Papua lebih baik.
Hello everyone, nama saya Maria Adeline Duroin. I'm from Capiz State University, Philippines. It's worth to remember and worth to share to the world.
Mabuhay UNP!
Selain akreditasi dan juga fasilitas yang memadai, Universitas Negeri Padang juga mempersiapkan mahasiswanya untuk dapat bersaing di dunia pekerjaan termasuk di dunia internasional.
Universitas Negeri Padang memiliki fasilitas dan infrastruktur yang lengkap seperti laboratorium dan peralatan praktik yang canggih, perpustakaan pusat dan ruang baca yang tersebar di seluruh fakultas dan program studi, pusat bisnis, fasilitas olahraga, auditorium, masjid, klinik, asrama mahasiswa internasional, serta dukungan jaringan internet dengan kapasitas 2,5 GB per detik. Universitas Negeri Padang juga memiliki UNP Hotel and Convention standar hotel bintang 3. Capaian dan prestasi terbaik Universitas Negeri Padang dalam 4 tahun terakhir adalah terbaik 1 PTN kategori BLU dalam program kegiatan dan anggaran tahun 2018. Penghargaan dari Menristek Dikti sebagai penyelenggara kontes mobil hemat listrik terbaik tahun 2018. Penghargaan sebagai PTN pengelola aset terbaik di Indonesia. Universitas Negeri Padang juga berhasil menjadi juara 1 PTN Satker dan BLU yang berhasil melaksanakan SPMI dan pembudayaan mutu tingkat nasional. Capaian berikutnya adalah UNP dinobatkan sebagai perguruan tinggi terbaik 2 nasional dalam pelayanan informasi melalui website dan penghargaan sebagai perguruan tinggi informatif di Indonesia. Mahasiswa Universitas Negeri Padang berprestasi dan berkontribusi dalam berbagai bidang seperti akademik, olahraga, seni dan budaya, baik di tingkat nasional maupun internasional. Mewujudkan visi sebagai universitas unggul dan bermartabat di Asia tahun 2024, UNP kini fokus meningkatkan kualitas program studi untuk terakreditasi unggul di BAN PT, serta mendapat sertifikat dan akreditasi internasional. Tahun 2019, 4 program studi berhasil mendapatkan sertifikat ICE-UNP dan 4 prodi akan divisitasi tahun 2020. Saat ini, 12 program studi sedang dipersiapkan untuk akreditasi internasional ASIN. Universitas Negeri Padang juga menyelenggarakan 15 kelas internasional dan 1 program dual degree.
Hello.
Hello, good afternoon, Professor.
Good afternoon, Elsifa. How are you?
Hi, I'm fine. How about you?
I'm fine. Just I was teaching now, so I finished my lesson. Just waiting for your conference now. Yeah. Okay. And what you have the break now, or the conference is running, or you have break?
Sorry, I can hear you. Wait, I will use my headset for now.
Oh, okay. Okay. So there is somebody has some presentation, or the conference has break. There is a break of in the conference, or what is happening now?
Oh, yeah, we are waiting for the time because the schedule is 3:30.
Okay.
So we will wait until 3:30.
Okay, so we still have 15 minutes time.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, just I wanted to be ready a couple of minutes before, just to try if everything is okay, so we can see each other. And we are waiting also for my PhD student.
Okay, yeah,
He's
that's
also,
wonderful.
yeah, he's also connected. He's connected already, or he's not connected yet?
I don't see your PhD student here.
Okay, so because he told me maybe 10 minutes before starting of the conference.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he still has time. Okay, you are going to be our moderator.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So, do you know the pronunciations of our name?
Practicing, but I'm not sure if I will get it right. Do you
Okay,
mind if
so
I try?
I will tell you. You know my name. The pronunciation is very simple. Branislav Pupala, and the pronunciation of my PhD students is Dalibor Jurasek.
Okay, so I will give it a try. Is it okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Branislav Pupala, PhD.
Yeah, right. And the second one?
Mr. Dalibor Jurasek, MA.
Perfect.
Okay,
You are very well in Slovak pronunciation. Yes. And our university is Trnava University.
Trnava University. Yeah.
Trnava University. Yes. Right. Okay, tell me how many participants you have connected now?
Right now, I think we have around 39, but I think because of we are in the break.
Okay,
so
yeah. So
some people may be left, and
and
also we have participants from YouTube.
Okay, yeah. They are watching YouTube. Yes.
Yeah.
How many people? Do you know how many people they can follow YouTube? There is no information about how many people are watching YouTube.
I'm not sure. Maybe anyone who's seeing the YouTube page, or I will check.
No problem. No problem. Just if you have information. So, what about speakers yesterday? Everybody was connected.
Yeah, everybody is connected, and the connection is good.
Yeah.
And everything is went well, and I hope so for us.
Okay, what about Varun from India? He was connected. He had his presentation.
Yeah. He just got his session before noon, I think, in the morning.
This morning.
This morning, and also I see Matthias Urban.
Yesterday.
Yeah. Who else? Somebody from USA, Professor Picus?
Yes, Professor Picus from USA.
Today or yesterday?
I think this morning, yeah.
This morning, yes. So everything is doing well?
Yeah. So far it's so good, right, Miss Devi?
Yeah.
And tell me, everybody of you are home or you are in your offices?
In my office.
I'm in my home.
So you are home, somebody is in the office. So it is
in the office.
Completely different situation, completely different context of this conference. It is very interesting. Yeah, I will mention this special situation in my short speech in the beginning of our presentation.
Okay.
Yes. It is very nice to see you.
Yeah,
I'm very
yeah,
happy
me too.
I can see all of you, and I'm very unhappy that I cannot be personally in Indonesia.
Yeah, we also hope that you can be here personally. But
Yeah,
yeah, we know
it
the
is my
situation.
big desire. It is my big desire, but situation is still worse and worse.
Yeah, that's
So
true.
I don't know anything about future and possibilities of future. So we will see what will happen.
Yeah.
What is tell me what is the weather in Padang now? You have summertime or raining time, or what weather you have in Padang? How many degrees outside?
I think it's around
26 and 25.
Ah, yeah. So according us, it is like summer. Because now our temperature outside is around maybe 9-10 degrees only.
Oh.
Yeah. Because
Is
it
it
is
autumn there, right?
it's autumn. It's autumn.
Yeah.
Yeah. Autumn, because October is usually every day, but now, especially now, it's quite really cold, and every day is raining. So not very nice for being outside.
Dalibor Jurasek already here.
Ah, okay. Yeah, because it is 10:20. I will see him.
Yeah, they already joined.
Okay, because I see only 4 people now: Ersifa, Saridevi, and you. Nobody more. Maybe I will check.
Dalibor Jurassic already joined, but yeah.
Okay.
Hello, everybody.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody. So
Hi.
Dalibor has a very nice picture behind him.
Yes.
You can see the picture behind him is the square in Trnava city.
Oh, that's
So,
good.
yeah. It is the main square in Trnava, but I think Dalibor is not in Trnava today.
Yes, it's just a virtual background, so you can see how it looks in our lovely city where our university is located.
Yeah. Maybe Saridevi, I hope Saridevi will visit Trnava very soon, because she is a part of our Erasmus project, and she is one of the persons who will visit immediately, if possible, our university, because we have quite long collaboration with Padang University. So everybody of us, we are just waiting for the time when everything will be okay and we can fly and to visit each other.
Yeah. We hope so.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Yes. Somebody is singing behind you. Some singer is behind you. Huh?
No, I think it's the sound of praise. So.
Okay.
Yeah. It's called azan.
Oh, yeah.
Azan, as a praying.
So just Dalibor, you should know where you are. You are now in Padang. Padang is very beautiful city in Sumatra, and it is West Sumatra. It's a really beautiful city, directly by the Indian Ocean. Yes, it's really beautiful, and also they have beautiful campus with very modern building. Especially, they have new building of the rectorate. Also, Faculty of Education is also nice building, which is part of the campus. So this is we are the partners for 4 or 5 years and working together sometimes. Yeah. So West
and
Sumatra.
Ranyo, and plus with a very beautiful woman.
Definitely, sure.
Yes, thank you. It is very exciting to be able to join via internet. I already looked up at Wikipedia how the university looks like, how the city looks like. So it's very, very interesting.
Ah, yes. So you find some information about Padang city.
Yeah,
you found.
I think it's 2 times more people than Bratislava, our capital, and maybe 10 times or even more times than Trnava. So it's a large city in comparison with our cities in Slovakia.
But you know what you should know about Padang? They have the famous food, Indonesian food in all Indonesia.
Wow.
Padang food is the best food in Indonesia, definitely, and everywhere across all the Indonesia. Doesn't matter if you are in Bali or in, I don't know, in where, in Java, in Kalimantan. Everywhere you can find Padang restaurant with special food, with special kind of delivery of the food. It is extremely tasty. And what is the name of the most famous food is, how you call it?
Rendang.
Rendang. Rendang. Yeah, it is really.
Oh, that rendang.
Padang rendang, yeah. It is something like our goulash, but with special taste.
But that is very difficult to explore via internet. I can look at photos, but this is very hard to
You have
discover.
to definitely come here so you can explore it by yourself.
Yeah,
that
sure.
would be wonderful. Thanks.
Yeah. So we still have 4 minutes time. So it is our presentation. It is like final point of the conference, or somebody else will. I think we will finish the conference.
You are going to be the last. We are
yeah.
saving the best for the last.
Yeah, thank you so much. So everything is on time, or you had to postpone some presentation, or everything is according to schedule?
On schedule.
Schedule.
Yeah. Okay.
Hello, Prof. Ranyo.
Our best friend.
Nice to meet you again. Yeah, see you. How are you?
Fine.
What about your son? Still in Semarang?
Yes. No. He moves to Jakarta.
Ah, Jakarta. Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
As a student, or he's working there? He worked there?
Still student. Moves to other universities.
Ah, yeah. Because I remember he was in Semarang before.
Right. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right in Semarang. Yes.
Yeah. You are still Vice Dean? Are you still Vice Dean, or you change the position?
Yes. Still the same position.
Okay. You are Vice Dean forever.
Our best Vice Dean. Branyo, our best Vice Dean.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Yeah, because you speak in front of me.
Yeah. Maybe because he's
from my heart.
Maybe because he's from Java. No.
Yes.
Yeah. This is the reason.
But Branyo, this is honest from my heart. He's the best Vice Dean. It is honest from my heart. I think he is a really good Vice Dean.
I think so. Because you have some new Vice Deans. You have new Dean and some new Vice Dean also.
New Dean.
Yeah. And what about your previous? What about your previous Dean?
Professor Alwin Dentri.
Yeah.
As our previous Dean.
Now he.
I think he also joined this conference also.
Yeah. Okay.
Besides rendang, Prof. Ranyo, do you still remember another food from Padang?
I remember many food, but I'm not sure if I remember the name of the food. But I like your seafood especially, and I remember one time together, we visited one restaurant, just we two, and I don't know the name, but it is typical food from the Bandung, I think. It was like something like this, and in between there was meat. I don't know how you call it.
Oh, martabak Mesir.
Yeah, yes. Again,
Martabak Mesir.
Yeah.
It is
martabak. Yeah.
Yes, martabak.
But it is not originally from Sumatra.
Yeah.
It is originally from, I think, from the. They told me that it has origin in Bandung, in West Java, but I don't know. I don't. Yeah.
We have different style. There is martabak Bandung, there is martabak Mesir from Padang.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, one from Bandung, we call it martabak Bandung.
Ah, yeah, everything is because I had it also in Bandung, but my first I had in Padang, yes. Yeah. So.
Mulai Pak. I'm already. Yeah.
Yes, we start.
Can we start?
Yes, we can start. I have the presentation ready, so we can start.
Okay, so we are ready. Just we need to.
Yeah, the MC will present us first.
Yeah.
Thank you, Professor, for joining this afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, we are continuing our plenary session for this afternoon with our last keynote speaker for the 3rd International Conference of Education by Professor Branislav Pupala, PhD, and Delbor Jurasek, MA, with our moderator, Risva Magistarina, MSc. For Mrs. Risva, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Ria. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, Prof. Branislav and Mr. Dalibor. It's a pleasure for me to meeting you virtually and also get the opportunity to become your moderator today. And for the participants, welcome to the last but not least plenary session of our conference, the 3rd International Conference of Education. And we would like to say our appreciation to all of you who still join us until this very last session. Okay, before we start, I would like to introduce our wonderful speakers to all of you. So in this session, we will have 2 speakers that will talk about the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic on primary and lower secondary education in Slovakia. So I will introduce the first speaker. He is Professor Branislav Pupala, PhD. Currently, he is working in Trnava University as Professor of Early Childhood Education. And he also a director of several programs in the university, such as undergraduate program, also for preschool and primary education, and then for master program, and also for PhD program. And then he also works in the National Institute for Education in Slovakia. He is an advisor member of management, and he has a lot of work academic that stays abroad, and he has many cooperation with many countries in the world. And then he also the head of expert group for development of preschool national curriculum in the State Educational Institute in Bratislava. Okay. Actually, he has a lot of experience, but you know that I can tell you all. But you know that our professor is a very wonderful speaker that will give his knowledge to us. He will share his knowledge to us. And then for the next speaker, Mr. Dalibor Jurasek, MA. He is currently study in the Trnava University as a doctoral student, and with the thesis topic is about moral emotions in psychological theory and pedagogical practice. He finished his study in the master degree in the cognitive science, and he also get the red diploma in Comenius University in Bratislava. And for the bachelor's degree, he also finished it in the same university in majoring psychology. And he has done many studies abroad, such as in the Germany with the core psychology, and then in Slovenia, University of, okay, it's a little bit hard to say.
University of Ljubljana. It's the
yeah, okay. I was practicing, but it's really hard to say.
It's
okay,
completely okay.
Very nice.
Don't worry.
Yeah, I'm sorry. And then with the course of cognitive science, and then another university in the Poland. So I believe that both of our speakers today will share a really great story about the effects of COVID-19 in Slovakia. So now we would like to invite Professor Branislav and Mr. Dalibor to deliver the presentation. And you will have 30 minutes to deliver the presentation and 30 minutes for the question and answer session. And also for the participant who wants to ask, you can write down your question in the chat room and also in the comment in the YouTube. Okay, now without any further ado, please welcome Professor Branislav Pupala and Mr. Dalibor Jurasek, MA.
Thank you very much for introduction. And firstly, I should tell Selamat Siang, but I must tell Selamat Pagi because we still have morning here and we have different time. It is afternoon in Indonesia, and we have only 10:37 now. So I repeat, Selamat Pagi for us and also for you, means good morning or good afternoon in English. I would like to thank you for inviting us to be part of this conference, and I think it is just continuing of our beautiful collaboration we have for 4 or 5 years, and we are Erasmus partners. So it is a big pleasure for us to be part of this conference and to have possibility to speak with you and to speak or to give you some ideas or to share some ideas regarding specific topic as the coronavirus and his influence to education is. We are going to share some result of the research regarding impact of coronavirus to our school system, especially at the primary and lower secondary level. And it was research done especially by my PhD students. So we are 4 authors of this presentation, but we are going just to be 2 presenters today. So I will begin just with some general information or some general ideas just to open this question and to show the link between our presentation to your main topic, because one of the main subtopic of your conference is also the impact of pandemic to educational system as such, especially primary or pre-primary or secondary situation. So I will start just with one idea. Very often, last 10 years, maybe longer time, we used to speak about globalization and education. Globalization and education in the meaning that how one school system can be like example for another system. What is the connection between nations, between similar, or how we develop similarities between our school system and so on. And globalization has many, many aspects. And for example, how some international organization ask us to adapt our school system to their requirements and so on. But now we are definitely in completely different situation, and we have new new phase of globalization. So pandemic is a new aspect of the globalization. Now we are really in the time of globalization when all school systems, it doesn't depend when if you are from USA, if you are from Europe, if you are from Asia, if you are from developed or underdeveloped or developing country, everybody, we are under the same situation, under the same task, under the same pressure. It is pandemic situation, and pandemic situation is something which we need to take into consideration when we are speaking about what education means, what we are going to do in our educational systems, because we have the same conditions for doing some changes or something like that. So now we have the same question, and these questions we should discuss. We should discuss our specific solutions of the same problems, and maybe to open new questions about what does it mean to work in education in this specific context. You know, usually the main topic in this specific time is like distance learning, distance education. Because what happened everywhere? What happened everywhere? Everywhere happened that we started to close schools. All schools, kindergarten, elementary schools, junior schools, middle schools, and so on. Doesn't matter how we call them, because systems are different. And we started to carry out the distance education, and now we are sometimes it seems that we are very enthusiastic how to do distance education, but we know and we share the experience what obstacles or what is the risk for doing distance education as the platform for doing education or teaching by another way. And when we are speaking about it, I think it is very necessary, it is very important to take into consideration differences between, for example, especially we are speaking about kindergartens and we are speaking about primary education and secondary education. The big question is, for example, just for example, distance education in kindergarten. I'm not sure if we should bring distance education for kindergarten. We can close kindergarten, but automatically it doesn't mean that we need to change the present the learning in the classroom to learning home with computer. Only task for us, or in my point of view, what you can bring by the computer in case of the kindergarten, you can bring only some information for parents, but distance education for kindergarten children is not very appropriate solution, because preschool education is definitely something else as primary education. Even we have some connection because this level of education, but we should be aware that preschool education is something else. And also when we are speaking at this level about distance education, the way how we should bring this solution here should be completely different in comparison with primary education. So it is just one of the point of the view, because I had also discussion with people from Asia, and they told me we must bring distance education also for very young children who are home, because we must follow educational program of the kindergarten. I think we should discuss deeply about it, because it can lead to how to make how to make kindergarten very academic. And you know, we don't want to have pre-primary education as an academic education. So it is one different topic, but our topic we are going to speak is something else. Because we in April or in March, we also, as everywhere, we closed our schools, including kindergarten, and the teachers started to do or to teach in the mode of the distance education, but with a different quality. So, and it was the topic for our research. What does it mean for teachers, or how they perceive distance education as a specific form of education when they compare it with normal in-classroom education, what they should do or what they're doing normally. So this research was done or has been done at our university. It was done by a group of my PhD students, and Dalibor is one of them. And now I will ask him just to share some findings from this research, just to know how Slovak teachers perceived their situation and their understanding or their results during this time. I would like to give you some last information. We had the academic year last year until June. So schools were closed between March and June. After that, we had the normal holiday or vacation, and we started again new academic year in September. In September, all schools were again open. But what happened now? What is happening now? I believe that you also have information that the situation in Europe is difficult again. Is really very difficult. Every day, for example, in our country, we have 2,000 new cases of coronavirus. So what happened last week? There was a new statement of the government, central government, and we closed the higher secondary schools again. The elementary school and the junior secondary school is open, but it is only time what will happen in the future. So now, just today or these days, our kindergartens are open with some limitation. Our elementary and lower secondary schools are also open. Not all of them, because it depends on the situation in the region, but all higher secondary schools started to be closed last week. So it means that they must again to teach via distance form. And this research is from the time between March and June last academic year, and at that time we didn't know what will be just today. So I would like to ask Dalibor to continue and to present our findings.
Thank you, Branjo. I shared my screen, so you should be seeing our presentation now. Please let us know if you see it on the screen. There is a presentation.
It's possible to see.
Yeah, it is possible to see.
It's very possible.
Yeah, clearly. Please go.
Okay. Thank you for the introduction, Branjo. As you already mentioned, our research was done during the first wave of the coronavirus epidemic in Slovakia, which we dealt with very well. We had less than 2,000 cases, which now we have every day 2,000 new cases, and only 28 deaths. That was probably the lowest death rate in Europe. We have a population of 5.5 million. And this was also thanks to the fact that the government reacted very quickly. The first coronavirus case was on March 6th. already 2 days after that, schools in some regions were closed, and in under 2 weeks, all schools in Slovakia were closed until June. So it was almost 3 months that education was moved online in the practically the whole of Slovakia. And this is where our research comes. The Corona crisis provided a natural experiment of distance education, and we could ask some interesting questions. That is, we had 3 main questions. How teachers worked during the Corona crisis? Was it more difficult? Was it more difficult for them to prepare? How teachers perceived distance education? Was it more strenuous for them, or did they consider it more entertaining? And third, what about children from disadvantaged and socially weaker backgrounds? How were they able to be educated during the Corona crisis? I will show you just a very quick highlight of the main results. I will not go into very detailed details. You can ask in the discussion. We will be very happy to answer each question. Just shortly about the samples. We had 2 samples. One was just a general sample of schools with no specific emphasis, and the second was done more in Eastern Slovakia because there are more children from the Roma minority who have quite socially disadvantaged backgrounds. The samples were not representative. They were mostly found on various teacher groups, online teacher groups, where teachers talk about how to teach during the pandemic. These were both online questionnaires, so all the results are teacher reports. That was our source of data. The methods used by teachers, there were several online lessons, such as we now have, or pre-recorded lessons which could be viewed at any time, email tasks, but most of the teachers used all of these methods, so they were very creative and they showed that they could adapt to the situation, and I think they dealt with it quite well. We asked them how much they worked during the online education, distance education during Corona crisis, in comparison with what they worked before. And most teachers, that is more than 80%, worked much more or somewhat more. So, and only 6% worked less. And this was probably also because of the novelty of the situation. Nobody was really prepared, so they had to improvise, they had to search for new methods, they had to study what the ministry recommended, and so that were probably the factors why this was more difficult for them time-wise. We also asked them how the teachers were active during the online education, and most teachers said that a great majority of the students were active, they were fulfilling tasks, they were present at the lessons. You can see that percentage breakdown. If you calculate it together, more than 80% of students were active. This was quite different from students from disadvantaged backgrounds, which I will tell in the last slides. So this is just kind of a regular population average. So most students had access and most students were active. We asked about how teachers judged the quality of work of students, and about a half said that the quality was somewhat worse or much worse. About a quarter said that the quality was the same, and about 20% said even that the quality of work of students was better. Of course, also for the students, it was harder to accommodate to the new situation, harder to concentrate, and so that probably contributed to their performances as somewhat worse. But also teachers responded, and I'm sorry, this graph is switched. It should be mirror switched. So most teachers, more than a half, said that requirements on students they had were lower. 20% say that they were somewhat lower. About almost 20% said they didn't change the requirements, and only 1 to 2% said that they had higher requirements. So this should be flipped the columns. So most teachers responded to the situation and said that they had lowered their requirements of the students somehow. And now this is the graph from the second sample. We asked the teachers from schools where there were more students from disadvantaged backgrounds, and we asked them what was the general rate of participation of students from these backgrounds. Most teachers said that most of the time also the students from these groups could participate. About 15% of the teachers said that they could partially participate, and about 22% of teachers said that they mostly could not participate. As I mentioned, this sample is not ideally representative, but these numbers were corroborated later by similar numbers were found by the Institute of Educational Policy, which is part of the Ministry of Education. And they calculated that about 30 to 35,000 students were not able to participate at all. And also they compared people in the Roma minority, which are socially disadvantaged, and the majority. And from the students from disadvantaged backgrounds, around 60% did not have internet, and I think about 40% did not have even smartphones. So if we combine the smartphone and the internet rate, we can get to the number that about 60% could somehow participate, and 20 to 40% could not participate, or only very not in a full sense of the word. And also a very interesting question for us was to find out how teachers compare the distance education compared to classical face-to-face education. We can hear a lot of voices, as Brania already mentioned, that the internet is a medium of the future, that education could be moved online, and that could somehow be a viable alternative to personal contact from student to teacher. So we asked teachers to compare these two types of education, and you can see the variables which we asked them for. And the numbers were quite interesting and quite consistent. So generally the teachers considered face-to-face education as much more full-fledged and complex, as more effective, more interesting for them, and more corresponding to the mission of a teacher. So this suggests that our teachers did not see education as only a transmission of information, but also as something which has a human element, which has a personal element. And also in some free-form answers and feedbacks, the teachers said that they really missed the students, and that the distance teaching is not really teaching, it's just kind of a supplementary method, but that they generally said it was very consistent that face-to-face teaching is much more effective and much more valuable for them and the students as well. If we take a look at other variables, teachers also said that face-to-face education was more entertaining for them. And if we take a look at the more negative variables, stressful, exhausting, and demanding, it was quite comparable, or even distance education was more exhausting and demanding. But we need to also take a look at the context that this distance education came in a period of general stress, where people were stressed by the pandemic. They were not so much prepared. So we should be a bit careful during the interpretation. Perhaps if there were more support, there were more time to prepare, the results might have been different. But they are quite consistent, and also quite consistent with the intuitive view of people, not just as rational beings, but also people having an emotional and humane side. To sum it up very shortly, we found that during the COVID pandemic in Slovakia, teachers worked more, they lowered their requirements on students, and they judged the work of the students to be somewhat less in quality than during face-to-face education. Teachers consider face-to-face education more full-fledged, effective, interesting, fulfilling the teacher's mission, and entertaining than distance education. And students from disadvantaged backgrounds had impaired access to education. We also would like to say that the samples were not representative, so more research is needed, but they point to some interesting directions. I don't know if Brane would like to add, or we can leave up the space to potential questions, and we will be happy to answer them.
Yes, I think it is not necessary to add something new because we will have more time for questions if there are some questions, and I think it was according to me quite clear to understand this information, and we can continue. We can continue with the questions. So maybe I will add something. In our research, we are doing some another also activities, and because I have possibility because of my position in the government now to have the meetings with teachers across all the Slovakia. So I'm doing something like qualitative research, means that I can speak directly with the teachers, and one issue or one aspect is to have some to put them some questionnaires and to read their answers, and maybe something else is to speak directly with teachers. And for example, what is one of the finding of these discussions is, for example, that teachers who are paying a lot of attention to the distance learning, they feel or they are working very hard, and they work, for example, 10 hours per day. Their impression or their feeling is they are still not doing what they want to do. And oppositely, there are teachers who told us, distance education is very easy. We did all we could, but we knew that their feeling is not in line with what they did really. So also the personal feeling of teachers, what they do can be very different, and it doesn't speak directly what is the reality of distance teaching in the everyday of school life. It is not school life. It is one of the aspects we can speak deeply after this presentation. And also what I'm doing as well, I'm trying to collect information from another European countries. The situation is very similar. What government did or what government does for changes in the school system at the, for example, curriculum level, the organization of education level, and so on. So we have very, very similar solution, not only European countries, but all countries. But there are some differences. There are some differences. For example, today, if you take, if you know that we have border, for example, with Czech Republic. Czech Republic is in a very wrong situation, and for example, they closed their whole school system. So everybody is home today. And the question is, for also what government or what decisions took the different governments for solution in their school systems. There are a little bit different solutions, but it is not important now. But maybe just I would like to mention one. I will mention one issue. It was done in many countries, the similar solution at the curriculum level. And the question was how to adapt curriculum for distance education. Because, you know, we are all aware when we are doing distance education, the conditions for learning is different. And we cannot teach everything our students what we used to teach in the or during the face-to-face education. So when you are doing some short research regarding the curriculum changes now, so there was some changes that government had to decide what actually should be curriculum for distance education. And in some countries, they divided the curriculum for two parts. One part is what is obligatory to teach, and the second part is what is not obligatory. It's just recommendation. If you have time, you can, but it is not necessary. And usually, the curriculum is divided for two core areas. One area is like obligatory area. And what belongs to this area? It is language, like mother tongue, and also foreign language. It is mathematics, it is science, it is social studies. And the second part of the curriculum, it is understandable. Why? It is music, it is art, it is also physical education. Because you know, to teach physical education via computer is not possible, but it is bad idea. So again, when you are speaking or when you are collecting the information via questionnaire, you must be very careful how to interpret it, and you must also to collect like very sensitive information. How the every teacher or some of the teacher personally perceive their position, their own experience in the teaching, and what brought the situation for them and what they could do for the students. And again, this question I'm stress all time, we must be aware differences, especially at the preschool level and especially at the elementary school level. Yeah, it will be mistake if we want preschool teachers to teach by the same way as the elementary teachers. Yeah, so because there are at least two main reasons. Preschool education is not only teaching institution, it is also institution for care of the children, and it is also institution for like something like social work and so on. And it is very normal to follow this aim of preschool education. Elementary education is something else. So it means that it is quite natural when children are home, they are home and they should be with parents and they should enjoy the context of the family environment. So if we should bring some recommendation or some distance recommendation, it should be addressed not to children, it should be addressed to the parents. Yeah, how they can prepare their environment to be appropriate for family life and interaction between parents and their children. Because in this situation, the education is the main task for parents, not for teachers. So it is one aspect I would like stress. And the second aspect, which is very big issue in every country, and Dalibor in his presentations mentioned this question. This is big difference between the main population of the children and the children from the socially disadvantaged environment. What is happening? This group of the children, they didn't have, and they still don't have access to the distance learning because of computers, because of SIM card, because of everything. And we are very close to the very dangerous situation that we are not able to fulfill their right for education. And we don't know how to solve it. Yeah, we have some solutions now for this academic year, but it is not easy. And we used to say that the scissors between majority children and these children is opening. So now it is a very big question, how to support especially children or students who are behind our possibilities to offer them real education with some special form when they cannot use, for example, technologies or something like that. So it will be quite difficult. There are some solutions, and fortunately, we are quite small country, and our solutions are maybe in this situation easier than, for example, in country as Indonesia is, because Indonesia is extremely huge, and you have many hidden areas where you don't have such easy access as we have access to our areas where, for example, Roma children are living, because these children who belong to this group are usually, for us, Roma minority children. Yeah, so children. So this is something new, and this is what we should, we must be very careful and very aware that education doesn't matter if it is distance or face-to-face. We must follow the social function of education. It means that we must follow the aim that education must be, especially at the primary level, must be for everybody. If it is not, there is the problem. Yeah, and providing of distance education is one of the aspects where we are in danger to follow this aim of education. So this is what we are doing, and this is why we are not so very enthusiastic in providing of distance education, because one of the results of this natural pandemic experiment is that we are aware again that school and face-to-face education is seriously very important, and we cannot change the face-to-face education immediately for distance education, especially according to some recommendation. You would like to speak about the Industrial Revolution number 4, yeah, and it is like distance learning and computer using and so on. But now we are sure that face-to-face education, especially in primary level, secondary level, is the most important form of education for everybody. So this is all we wanted to stress. It is all what we wanted to tell. So now we can wait for your questions. Thank you so much for listening us.
Thank you. I have questions, by the way.
Yeah,
May
sure.
I ask?
Okay. Go on.
Thank you so much for your very good presentation, Branyu, and also Dalibo Juracek. Thank you for sharing with us. My question is, how is do we to assess the quality of distance learning?
The quality of distance learning.
Yeah.
What do you mean? What do you mean? If we have some measures or if
Yeah.
there's,
How is the way to know the quality of distance learning?
it is very difficult question, and you know, we don't have a very detailed information about quality of distance education, because you know, it is something new for everybody, and of course, if we compare the March 2020, when the distance education only started, and the present time, we can say that now it is better. Because for, you know, what is the average age of the primary teachers? There are mostly people who are older than 40 or 50, and for them, many of students had better skills for using computer devices or something like that as the teachers. But we know now that if they had support, and they had some support, they improved their skills in distance learning. But you know, we don't want to check them officially, because everybody knows that the situation was completely new for everybody, and it was responsibility of the directors. Just this week, I was in one big elementary school in Slovakia, just 100 kilometers from Bratislava, and I had a meeting with director of the schools. And it is big school. They have around 80 teachers in the school.
Amazing.
And I asked her, the director, what was the situation of the quality of distance learning. And she told me the beginning was very difficult, but she was the leader, and she started to teach perfectly via computer, and she was one who was as a teacher of her teachers. So in couple weeks, she brought for them some courses how to use effectively computers, and now all teachers are able to use or to provide distance learning quite effectively and with high quality. But you know, everything, it cannot be issue of the central government. It must be responsibility given to the directors. Yeah, because you know, the second problem is that they wanted to bring high quality, but they couldn't, because they knew that children didn't have computers. They didn't have also or didn't have SIM cards or something like that. But what government is doing now, there are some investments to the schools to buy new computers for children, especially for those who are in the social disadvantaged communities. So it is like collaboration between local level, or I mean like principal of the schools and the central government. And you must find some specific support, like something like in-service teacher training, but also some financial support. And what we are doing still now, also from the central government, but you know, also I believe that in Indonesia is the same situation, that many non-governmental institutions are involved in the process of how to help teachers to adapt their teaching for the distance form. So there are many actors who are involved in this situation, and we cannot tell that now quality is okay. We can tell the quality is improving. Quality is improving. Yeah, this is all we can tell, and we can also know or watch what different institutions or different subjects are doing in the process of the supporting of improving of the distance education. So everything is in the process, and you must take into consideration the qualifications of the teachers, their age, their ability, their willing to do something new. You know, because the teachers are very different, and not everybody is high motivated how to change their approach. Yeah. So there are many factors who are which are affected this process of the changes. But we have, for example, we have many webinars for teachers, faculties of education. We are also involved in supporting teachers in the school how to improve their skills. For example, our students are involved directly in working with children who need some additional teaching activities. So it is a network of many different activities and different institutions who are able to improve this situation. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, it was a really wonderful information for us, like, because today's situation is no one prepared for this situation. Like, everything is new for everyone, right?
Definitely.
Yeah.
This is why I told you that it is it is globalization. Yeah, we are in the same situation, and just we need to learn each other or to share our experience, taking into consideration our specific context, what we can do, what we should do, or what we shouldn't do. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so it's interesting. Now we have another question. It's from Eddie Trisno. He asked about, maybe he wants to hear you sharing the experience, how it's like to have an online class in Slovakia, and like what tool you usually use, and also what application of learning management system that you use. Yeah, so maybe like sharing what you do in Slovakia there.
It depends also on the institutions, because for example, very simple, at universities we used to use I don't know if you know it, MS Teams. In elementary schools they have more tools. Something special, something else is for communication and direct communication. I think they use Zoom as well. Also something else. They have some special application for sending the exercises, for example, to children. But they are free to use everything what they can use. Yeah. So Zoom, Google Meeting, MS Teams,
Google Classroom and many.
So, but there are many possibilities, and also, you know, because it is not very important what they use, but what is the organization of the schedule of the school. So it is also a decision of the director that the school, all teachers from one school are going to use the same application. They must organize, for example, moving teachers from one classroom to second classroom, because our students, they have normal schedules every day. Yeah, and especially the students of the secondary schools, when they are home, but now there are home only students of higher secondary schools, they have a regular schedule, and it must be organized by the director of the school, and they must use the common or the same application for the organization of
Okay.
it. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So like the point is like the important thing is how the material is delivered to the students, right? So like the teachers the teacher the teacher desires or the teacher fulfill the mission, like the learning outcome is in line with what the students get, right? So it's not really important what kind of learning system they use. They can use Zoom or Google Classroom or Microsoft Team or so on, right? Okay. Also, I think I have one last question before we close this session. Earlier, you said that these days elementary school in Slovakia is still open.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, and the higher school is closed, so the students is studying from home, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I was thinking, because of elementary school students is we know that they are very active, they are very like to run everywhere, we know, like because they are still young. And how the school can manage the students to follow the COVID-19 protocol in the school?
What kind of protocol?
Like the healthy protocol, like they have to have physical distancing from each other.
Yeah. So they have, yeah, you are right. It is a very good question. Of course, they have special hygienic rules. When they are in school, they must have mask. They cannot move from one classroom, and they cannot be in touch with children from another classroom. So it is quite difficult to organize the school life. But we can tell that our teachers has a high responsibility for doing that. And for example, also for like 6 years old children, they are able to be with masks every day, and they are organized, or their moving is organized by the teachers. And we know, because the Ministry of Education also, not only ministry, they have some feedback from the teachers. We are quite surprised, but in this case, or in this issue, the teachers, they don't have a big problem.
Okay. Yeah.
And it is quite well organized. And also, I visited some schools just to see what is happening now, and they are very disciplined in this. So this is a real not problem, and especially the moving, or how they organize the contact between children. It is really working very well. So there is no big problem.
Yeah. I'm really glad to hear that, because I was thinking like 6 years old children, when they meet their friends, they will forget to use their mask, or forget physical distancing, right? So
yeah,
it's really wonderful that the children is following the rules, right?
They really do it. They do it, and they don't have problem. And we also are very surprised that if it is possible, because only there is now from this Monday in Slovakia there is the new rule. We must have mask everywhere, not home, but when you are in school, blah blah blah, everywhere, excluding children in kindergarten. There are high recommendation to use mask also in kindergarten, but it is possible if they have some problem, they don't use. But I also visited kindergartens, and mostly also children 3 years, 4 years old, they had a mask, and no problem.
Yeah. It's really surprising for me. Okay. So as I said before, that was the last questions, but it turns out that there are another questions pop up in the chat room. So do you mind you if you answer one more questions before we close the
Definitely, you
session?
can. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So the question is from wait. From Novin, and I'm not sure he or she asking about how long time the time that we need to do the research to find out the way to use a right distant learning for children.
How long time you need for research?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. It is. I think it is not possible to give you some answer, because depends what is the design of the research, or depends on your questions, depends on what you want to find, what kind of methodology you want to use. So you can have very short research, but it will be limited in answers. It will be limited in questions. You need to find answers, and also methodology. If you want to go very deeply and you are doing some qualitative research, it means you need quite a long time. Yeah, definitely. So for example, now I'm in the process, but it is not like that I'm doing only the research, but I'm in the process of the collecting of information, and maybe it will take me 1 year, maybe more. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No one can guarantee the time for research, right,
No,
sir?
not possible to.
Okay. Okay. So with that being said, the last questions. We are sorry for another audiences who suddenly in the last time of the session, turns out a lot of questions pop up in chat room, but we can provide the answer. Maybe you can ask the question in another opportunity. Yeah.
Definitely. So let me tell you again. Thank you for inviting us. It was our pleasure to be with you, and also to speak with you. So it was a very nice meeting, and greetings to all people participating in this event.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Professor Branislav, and yeah, also maybe Mr. Dalibor wants to say something.
Yes, I would also like to thank. It was very interesting for me, and I am grateful for the opportunity to present the findings from our country. And thank you for your attention and for your questions. I'm sorry we didn't have time to answer all, but as I look at the chat, there are some questions. If we can share our research material with participants, I think we'll be very happy to do this. Mrs. Sari Devi has both the presentation and I believe the article, so please feel free to share it with the participants. And in the presentation, at the end, there are emails on Branjo and me. You can write us. We'll be very happy to answer the questions. So once again, thank you and see you next time. Goodbye.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for our both wonderful speakers who already said their informative and interesting talk. And hopefully we can meet again in the better situation, or maybe personally, not just via Zoom. And okay, so I want to thank you for all the for the presenter for the information, and then the audience for your active participations during the session. And then hopefully, I hope this will be beneficial for everybody. Thank you for your attention. Good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good afternoon. Nice to meet you. Thank you, Dalibor Yurashek.
Thank you, Professor Branislav Kupala, PhD, and Dalibor Yurasek, MA, for your time, and also thank you for our moderator, Mrs. Elriswa Magistarina, MSc. Ladies and gentlemen, we have listened and learned from all of our keynote speakers from yesterday, and it means we are in the end of our meeting for the 3rd International Conference of Education. Excellencies, distinguished guests, and all participants, we are going to start our closing ceremony, so please be ready. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for joining on this second day, and we are welcoming you once again to the 3rd International Conference of Education, the Global Challenges of Learning Pedagogy During COVID-19 Outbreak in the Industrial Revolution 4.0. Glad to see you, all of you again, and we are very honored for your attendance and still with us until this afternoon. His Excellency, Director and Vice Rector of Universitas Negeri Padang, Professor Ganefri, PhD, the Chairman of International Office at Universitas Negeri Padang, the Chairman of Research Center of Universitas Negeri Padang, the Chairman of Community Service of Universitas Negeri Padang, the Honorable the Dean of Faculty of Education, Trnava University, Slovakia, Professor Vera Peterkova, PhD, the Dean of Faculty of Education, University Kebangsaan Malaysia, Professor Dr. Norazah Muhammad Nordin, the Dean of Faculty of Education, Universitas Negeri Padang, Professor Dr. Rusdinal MPD, the Honorable Director of Postgraduate of Faculty of Education, Universitas Negeri Padang, all Dean of Faculties in Universitas Negeri Padang, all Chairman and Secretary of Department in Faculty of Education, Universitas Negeri Padang, all Head of Laboratory in Faculty of Education, Universitas Negeri Padang, and the Honorable the keynote speakers and all the guest presenters and participants. Ladies and gentlemen, we have had inspiring time together, and this event about to come to very end. I hope you found the presentation on this conference are informative and helpful. Before we close the conference, we are going to listen to the closing speech delivered by the Vice Dean of Faculty of Education, Universitas Negeri Padang. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Hadianto, MED.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be unto you. Let us thank our God who has given us rahmat and salam. Thanks to our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, who led all human in the universe, and we are able to attend this prestigious international conference. The Excellencies, Director of Universitas Negeri Padang, Professor Ganefri, the Vice Rector of Universitas Negeri Padang, Vice Rector 1, 2, 3, and 4, the Dean of Faculty of Education, Trnava University, Slovakia, Professor Vera Peterkova, PhD, the Dean of Faculty of Education, University Kebangsaan Malaysia, Profesor Dr. Norazah Muhammad Nordin, the Dean of Faculty of Education, Professor Rusdinal MPD, and all the Dean of Universitas Negeri Padang, the Director of Postgraduate Program, the Chairman of International Office, the Chairman of Research Center, and the Chairman of Public Service Universitas Negeri Padang, the Vice Dean of Research Division, the Vice Dean on Student Affairs, Faculty of Education Universitas Negeri Padang, the Chief Committee of International Conference Faculty of Education Universitas Negeri Padang, Ibu Sari Dewi MPD, and all committee members, our distinguished keynote speakers, Associate Professor N. Cheryl Armstrong, PhD, from the University of South Pacific, Australia. Professor Matthias Urban, PhD, from Dublin University, Ireland. Professor Dato Dr. Norazah Muhammad Nurdin from University Kebangsaan Malaysia. Professor David Pickes, PhD, from Arizona State University, USA. Varun Asokan, PhD, from the Regional Institute of Education, NCERT, India. Professor Dr. Sufriyama Masridin from Universitas Negeri Padang, Indonesia, as well as Professor Branislav Pupala, PhD, and Deliber Jurasic, MA, from Trnava University, Slovakia. All professors, lecturers, presenters, and guests, as well as participants. It is an honor for me to greet all of you at the end of this great event, International Conference of Faculty of Education, Universitas Negeri Padang, in collaboration with Faculty of Education, University Kebangsaan Malaysia, and Faculty of Education, Trnava University, Slovakia, supported by ICE-UNP, or Association of Educational Administration and Management Graduates, Indonesia, Association of Educational Technology Graduates from Indonesia, as well as Association of Primary Education Teachers from Indonesia. On this occasion, I am on behalf of Faculty of Education and the Dean of Faculty of Education, who apologized since he can't attend this meeting. Thanks for all of us who have already together succeeded the international conference. Based on the report we got, this conference are attended virtually by more than 4,205 participants and more than 54 presenters. It's really surprising us, and it's more than we expect. It's a big chance for us to present the quality of conference. Alhamdulillah, God bless us. All keynote speakers have already presented their experience and expertise during 2 days. When we observe the activities, we learned a lot from their presentation. So we kindly have to thanks to all keynote speakers who have firmly triggered all participants, of course, trigger us. We hope our collaboration doesn't stop here, since we have to look ahead into the future with Memorandum of Understanding, Memorandum of Agreement, or any other cooperation activities. Actually, we have already had some memory of agreement or memory of understanding with the University Kebangsaan Malaysia, for example. The two deans have already signed memory of understanding, and we still wait the signature from the rectors from University Kebangsaan Malaysia, for example. We also thanks much for all presenters who have already presented their paper to enrich our knowledge and data from their research and their points of view. Dear all of distinguished participants, even though the international conference officially will be ended soon, we are still have a lot of tasks that all presenters have to do. That is to finish our article published on proceeding or journal we will choose. You may still have hard work, patience to revise and maybe revise, and then submit to the qualified articles. The end of this international conference, let us to thank the rectors of Universitas Negeri Padang, the vice rectors, all keynote speakers, head of institution, all deans in Universitas Negeri Padang, the director of postgraduate program, all vice dean, all moderators, it's from Malaysia and from Indonesia, presenters, participants who actively participate on the conference. We still invite the keynote speakers. David Pickus have been here for several times. Professor Branyo also comes to Padang many times. That's why in this, before we start, he still remember some foods in Padang. And I remember that I talked to him, I talked to them that the only two foods in Padang, delicious food and very, very delicious food. I think this will make them to come to Padang again. Last but not least, let us also thanks to all committee members led by Ibu Saridewi MPD, who have extremely worked hard to succeed this international event. Finally, on behalf of the Dean of Faculty of Education, Universitas Negeri Padang, and supported by all of us, let us officially close the international conference and accompanied by the word Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. We close the international conference. That's all at the end of the international conference. Thank you very much and see you again next time. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Dua, recitation by Johandri Taufan MPD.
Suara Johandri belum kedengaran. Ulang lagi dari awal.
Cek, 1. Ada dengar?
Ya. Ya.
Baik, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hadirin yang berbahagia, marilah kita berdoa. Semoga apa yang kita lakukan selama 2 hari ini diberkahi oleh Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Izinkanlah saya untuk memandunya secara Islam. Astaghfirullahaladzim, astaghfirullahaladzim, astaghfirullahaladzim. A'udzubillahi minasyaitonirrajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrofil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi washabihi ajmain. Allahumma ighfirli wa liwalidayya warhamhuma kama rabbayani shaghira. Allahumma ihdina siratal mustaqim, siratal ladzina an'amta alaihim ghairil maghdubi alaihim waladdallin. Amin. Dengan mengucapkan puji serta syukur kehadirat-Mu ya Allah, atas segala rahmat karunia-Mu yang telah Engkau limpahkan kepada kami. Pada hari ini kami dengan penuh keakraban dan bahagia ini, kami hadir di sini. Kiranya Engkau memberikan berkah dalam segala aktivitas kami selama dalam mengikuti rangkaian acara ini. Dan jadikanlah sebagai amal ibadah di sisi-Mu ya Allah. Untuk itu ya Allah, tetapkanlah rahmat dan kasih sayang-Mu kepada kami, dan jadikanlah pertemuan ini sebagai pertemuan yang Engkau ridhoi. Ya Allah yang maha pembimbing, bimbinglah setiap langkah kehidupan yang kami tapaki, guna mengarungi kehidupan yang sesaat ini. Jadikanlah kami menjadi insan yang berkualitas dan bermutu, membekali diri dengan segudang ilmu dan berpikir maju, mengasah keterampilan dan belajar giat, menyongsong masa depan dengan penuh keyakinan. Ya Allah, jadikanlah sebaik-baik umur kami pada ujungnya, dan sebaik-baik amal kami pada akhir hayat kami. Dan jadikanlah sebaik-baik hari kami, itu hari kami ketika bertemu dengan Engkau. Subhanakallahumma wa bihamdika, asyhadu an la ilaha illa anta, astaghfiruka wa atubu ilaik. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah, wa fil akhirati hasanah, wa qina azabannar. Amin amin ya rabbal alamin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your kind attendance and active engagement for this conference. I am Ria Septianingsih, representing all the responsible committee. Thank you for joining this conference. Please forgive us for our shortcomings. Till we meet again, perhaps in the next conference, and may all of you stay safe and stay healthy. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih Bapak Ibu Panitia. Terima kasih. Wonderful. Pak Ustadz, makasih Pak Ustadz. Ari, Pak Wadek, Pak Dekan.